I go in Siggy. Alrighty. See you, Mon. See ya. Swim sounds good. Enjoy. Alright, let's go. The live service games to be up forever, then, son. Oh, with the yeah, I think I remember that one. That already not was some time ago, I think too, a little bit. That was like the game preservation, I think, right, or something. People who wanted to have some of the games being up all the time. Yeah, I think it was the day on the last week actually, and we did a little bit of that. I remember with the crew shutting down. I see. Yeah, the game preservation fiesta. Yeah, I remember it was like kind of close to the end of the last stream, the last Sunday. I was actually about the article I think mentioned and the stuff, the glorious games. What about having games playable at all? Well, I mean, mostly, yeah, the game preservation is mostly about that, yeah. Some massive issues that arise from having government force a game to be up. Well, yeah, if it's gonna be forced by the law to keep running forever, there will be issues for sure. That's for sure. Well, to be honest, just keeping something alive, you know, not like making content or anything for it, is not really like that crazy, you know, of an expense and stuff. I see window, I see. Like, it depends about the wording and stuff on the law and everything. And just having the games up available just by having some sort of like... yeah, you can make them offline too, of course. Yeah, that too. Now, even like just having the server, you know, server costs are insane. Like, you usually don't really have like some sort of like... Well, it depends, of course, right? Like, if it's like some Amiga MMOs and everything, which do a lot of like... Or like some maybe like... sort of competitive live service games that have a lot of like service side calculations, then yeah, sure, you will need like some massive server for that. But mostly if it's just kind of for like matchmaking sorta, just to keep, you know, like the lobbies going and stuff, those servers, they're not gonna take that much. Like, I think a lot of those games actually, they are not really like, I'm not sure about crew actually, but I do feel like that one might be having a lot of things calculated locally and everything, and servers are probably not really doing that crazy much. Yeah, Division, like all the shooters and stuff like that, like anything that is going like heavily against the cheaters and everything, they usually do have everything server side for sure. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna make them eternal. Like, I don't think it's actually even possible, really, to just like demand, you know, developers, publishers to have games up forever. That's just kinda, I doubt that's gonna happen ever. That's impossible, I think. It's kind of the same as like, I don't know, like you're selling like a car or something, and they need to have it, you know, like on the like any product, you have the warranty, right? You have like some guaranteed amount of time it's gonna be serviceable. That might be the thing. They might just kind of put some sort of like, you know, warranty on like video games. Like, you know, like you get into this like multiplayer MMO whatever, and you get a guarantee that like for like 3 years it's gonna be working, basically, you know, outside of some like force majeures and everything. Have to pay for it if you expect the service to stay on, yeah. Yeah, it should, like, I think it's gonna end up with just having some sort of warranty and having some sort of like claimed specified guarantee, a guaranteed uptime. I think that's where it's gonna end up. Specifically requiring devs to release software to regular people to run. Yeah, that will be way more hard. That will be way more hard to do. Hey Steve, recruiting is a special case here, I see. Well, yeah, in some places you already have that law that you can't really do anything about it. Well, see, like in some countries, apparently there is a drawback already, but yeah, it's more about like getting that that stuff. Like legalizing private servers, I really doubt that would be happening, unless if it would be kind of like, you know, like for the game preservation, for example, reasons, that might be the thing. Like, so like, you know, when like if the warranty runs out and developers decide to like you know, like to like sunset the game, then you have some sort of like mechanism to either they will need to get some sort of patch that will just, you know, make it sort of single player. Which, to be honest, I mean, we would all benefit from that, to have some sort of switch and opportunity just to play something offline. That's good, right? So that either will be some sort of like patch that will make it offline, or it's from the get-go will be offline compatible, which will be a good thing, right? Like, alright, we're sunsetting the servers and stuff, but well, you can still play offline. You always could. Alright, no problems, beautiful. Or you're giving others opportunity to run the private servers, which like a lot of, like, not a lot, but like some MMOs like actually kind of do that. Sometimes they need, they force private server runner, like, what was the name of that one? It was, man, what was the name? It was basically kind of like cartoon-based MMO, and like the Looney Tunes and stuff, I think. Like these, I think it was like Disney stuff or whatever there, I don't remember. So they just kind of forced them to just like remove all those like copyrighted characters from their MMO, but like other than that, it was still kind of like completely allowed to run privately. Warhammer Age of Reckoning, they didn't even, I mean, if they would need to cleanse, purge all the Warhammer mentions from the Warhammer Online, then like what would be the game even about? So it's all there, and EA is actually completely fine with them running that stuff, and as long as they're not, you know, kind of like monetizing it heavily. So the only thing they do, I think, is basically kind of like server money they gather. They even have like Twitch drops, actually. Like you can actually like stream that stuff and everything, no problems. Best case you get less always online. That would be good. This what makes publisher not publish in the EU. I don't think they're gonna go for that though, to be honest. I don't think they would go for that. There's still a lot of big publishers and stuff that like do, you know, like the Russian translations and everything. And still a lot of them go in. Some kind of ditched it, who can afford, for example, but actually like mid-range and like a lot of indies, unless it's like a very like, you know, idea heavily guys, they usually just like publish in Russian with like the Russian language translation, and they don't give a shit. So like they wouldn't avoid the market, you know. Yeah, window, yeah. I mean, wasn't that how they basically like broke the game? They cracked the game, basically. It was just like some sort of like it was just pretty much like readdressing the server request to like the local host, basically, and that was it. It was offline then. The actual experience video game developers, what they think about that petition? I mean, true. Well, in general, like the notion, the idea is good though. Like, I do think that, you know, like the games, at least for like preservation needs and everything, games should be available. I do think they should be available. And I do think some sort of warranty on how long that stuff will be running is also needed. Because you get like situations like what was the Platinum PPG Live service. That was up for like a year. Like people bought that shit for a solid price, and then after a year they just kind of fucking close it. Like, come on, dude. So like we either need to have like, well, we need for sure, in my opinion, to have some sort of like warranty like that. That would be a commitment, right? Like developers also will kind of like maybe be more scared to go for like live services like that because they wouldn't be able to just easily get out of it, right? Like they sold the game, they launched the game. Well, now for 3 years, you're gonna need to pump money into it, no matter, you know, how it's gonna be going. Well, actually, not really pumping money. You just need to keep it running. Like it's like warranty, I guess, not gonna be specifically for pumping new content in. It's just gonna be that, you know, the game is still alive. That's it, pretty much. So like some kind of warranty like this, I think, is needed. And also, to be honest, yeah, just like making the games with like offline in mind, or some sort of switch that would be switching it to offline and stuff, I think would be a good idea. Okay, the vegan throws a white blanket. Well, I mean, that's how that goes with the petitions and stuff. Like, no one's gonna, like, you know, put some sort of, like, the whole paper there, lawsuit or something, right? They probably just want to see how it goes. And then maybe if some actual, you know, like, politicians, legislations and stuff gonna you know, decide to partake in that and actually kind of, like, start working on it. Yeah, just like keeping them running online all the time. I don't think that's exactly like what they want. Even I don't think anyone realistically wants some like all those services, live services, MMOs to be running online all the time. Because that, like, realistically, yeah, not possible. Yeah, they need to work on like specific rules and laws about that. Yeah, I think it's just, I don't know. It does sound like it's a little, you know, like overly dramatized. Because like it's not like, you know, like the petition will make, you know, like boom, tomorrow they suddenly need to turn back on all the games that they sunsetted and everything. Nah, it's still gonna be like, you know, like no, like the thing is, like, it's probably not even gonna go through. I can see that kind of going through, like in Europe, for example. But yeah, like in US, they're gonna be like probably lobbying against that super hard. So that's probably not gonna get through any legislations like ever. I have a feeling. Because right now, that's just kind of like, you can see it even. Like, they like launching, and then in the year, you know, or something, poof. It doesn't make money, well, we're closing. Done. So they will be afraid of that. And the servers cost money, yeah. So we'll see, yeah, we'll see how that will go. I don't think we're gonna see really any action in that, like, for a while, though. So that is all. But I do think it does, like, the general concept and idea is good. The game preservation also, like, at this point, we really do need some sort of, like, you know, like, make it into, like, some kind of, like, library-like facilities or something. Maybe even merging with libraries in a way, right? So you can have those games and everything available there for as, like, archiving purposes, you know, history purposes and everything. Like, that should be the case. That should be the thing. Do you think so? And some people try to do it. Some people try to make it, but then yeah, you get like the situations when like the only ways to preserve something, like the best game preservation activists in the end, fucking pirates in the end, because you know they kinda just don't give a shit about permission. They just yoink it, and then it's somewhere there in the internet, preserved, sorta, for future. But getting that some legit way to do it, that would be nice. for like NBA and everything. Yeah, it would be kind of interesting to see how it would be like if there will be like the minimal like warranty at time, right? So it's like 3 years or something, let's say, for the game. Like how it's gonna go then for like, yeah, all those like FIFAs and everything that comes out every year then. What's gonna happen then? Yeah, I mean, it's in general still, you know, like the wild frontier and the wild market still yet. That doesn't really have that much regulation, legislation going around. I mean, not even games, like a lot of things, internet in general, I would say too. There's still a lot of things that we will need to process, you know, and do something. Yeah, and everything moves quick because, you know, we didn't process this stuff yet, and we already have, you know, like AI queued up, for example, you know, all those things still. Yeah, AI is already later in the queue, I would say too. We still didn't figure things out, you know, with older things. AI is completely new. That will take some time. That's also gonna be the wild frontier there. What we have? What do we have? The Playway sale, Pooga. Yeah, like the full Giga bundle of all the simulators. I wonder. Oh, wait, Holston will be Playway also. Damn son. Holston will be interesting. It's gonna be another game I will play in Polish probably. In voice acting, at least for sure. Huh? Still not announced even. I want to get the U-boat. Let's see. I mean, why not? Why not? The Jesus Christ is still not out. It takes a while. The demo was like a couple of years ago already, right? At this point. Taking a while, man. Hard to make Jesus. Wasn't a U-boat like 2 or something, no? Wait. Oh, it's out in early access, I guess, right? Oh yeah, since 2019, holy shit. It's like, how do I have that even? I just released, I see. Let's see how it is, The Evil Corporation demo. One and only. Wait, what is this? No reviews, free demo. Why is it popular with no reviews and stuff? Huh? Gibbon broke or something? No reviews on this one. And it's in popular release. And demo's getting the reviews now and stuff and get popped here, but this one is kind of worked, I guess. Prologue, Fish Idol 2. And the prologue's still alive, and there it is. There it is. And these guys already prepared the prologue before the demo news arrived and decided to still go with it. Probably could be Altania. That could be. Become the ultimate fish tycoon. Thank goodness you're here. Oh, that one we Remember we saw on some of the announcement shows. Absurd comedy slappformer. A bizarre and Northern English town of Barnsworth. There it is. There it is. And the Untitled Goose Game also bundle. Insane. So forming some good reviews there. And there's the Bounty Hunter. That one also apparently is pretty nice. Actually, some good remasters. Stellar game even today. Allspirit Redemption arc, yeah. Actually pumping. Had multiple save files. The controller also was recommended for this one apparently. Jasper did the Battlefront Fiesta. What else was there? I mean, they pumping a lot of the remasters. Yeah, Tomb Raider was fine. Okay, suddenly Civ also. Interesting. Star Wars and Mark. There it is, Heads Up Phones Down edition. Yeah, some quality gaming there. Oh, you started the zombie. Yeah, Mafia 3 Definitive, Mid-Force forget about that one, yeah. Yeah, there's the Tomba. Very positive, This one also nice then. 82% positive. Then why not overwhelmingly and everything? They fucked something up still. A minimal effort port. Better results with the emulator. Damn son. 0.1 hours refunded. Yeah, what a guy. Game won't even launch. Game won't start on PC with a controller. And the first one there. Where did you be quiet? Okay, where that one from? It's familiar. Oh, the speedrun. Yeah, the GDQ. Yeah, alright. It wasn't Tomba? Ah. Then the lore. The lore. Hololive Treasure Mountain. Damn son. And this one even not a free one this time even. And they started milking the weebs still. And they started the milking in. I'm 98% positive, The weebs are happy as usual to be milked. Nothing new there. Yeah, all those fun ones mostly were kinda the free ones before or something. It basically just allowed like people to make like fun games. And just, you know, publish under their brand or something. And this one is not even free. The VTuber Suka game, I guess, alright. Not even like the full degen reuse, I guess. All right. A little more civilized, Song of the Prairie. And the farming one. Farming time. A really relaxing farm game. That's what people want to play, man. That's the shit nowadays. That was in April originally. Killing, shooting. It's farming, man. It's all about the farming. Sword of Convolati, free to play. Where is this? Publisher and developer XD. Kinda familiar. Haven't seen the XD before too. Oh, you now purchases. There it is. See what do I see? A revitalizing beloved Japanese turn-based pixel art genre. Collect and train a roster of mercenaries. Ah, is it the gacha fiesta then? The gacha GRPG? Why are there microtransactions then? Strategic combat, profound story choice-based narrative, neo pixel art, stunning hero collection and development. Ah, that's probably where it comes. A recruit and trainer roster of unique companions at the tavern. Teach them amazing skills. Their equipment at the forge. Improve their stats at the training field. That's probably where the fiesta starts. People getting mad at gacha being gacha. Damn, son. The wild one. Just hate the gacha. Does every game needs to be a Genshin money trap? Expectations were low, but I think this one set a new record. I get a good amount of legendaries, but you are only guaranteed the feature character after 160 pulls. Played for 12 hours, now spent a few dollars to test how far to progress, and I couldn't even go that far because everything is time gated. Ah, there it is. Every single thing costs dollars. The game is too predatory even for a gacha game. Stay away from this trash. Did even got some clowns there, and some people I guess like some findom right there, you know, being the pay pigs or something. I don't know. 2% legendary drop rate. Octopad but free. You know, I'm not sure about the free part, dude. Great game killed by a stamina system. Yeah, is it really like that free if you can only play, you know, that amount of time per day, for example? Still, appeal, no idea, I guess about it, no idea. Like, if you, those that I played, I didn't play because, you know, they were gacha. I played like the games, right? And they also coincidentally had the gacha in them. But just like specifically going for the gacha games, I don't even know why would you do that, man. Oh, the presence of odds outside the battles. Ah. Nice. It gets even better if you go deeper there. You get like the stamina system, you get like what's like, why would you need it in single player game? Like, I understand in multiplayer and like live service shit, but like single player story based game, like why? Like why would you get the gacha in there? Well, I mean, I know why they get it in there because of the money, of course. But like, why would you play that shit? Because free? I mean, dude, there's like already a lot of free games that are good, eh? There's a lot of like giga discounts on actually good games, eh? Just like spend like a few dollars on GOG to get some like a good classic JRPG that also will be pixely and everything for you, and just play it. A well-known series, yeah, could be that too. Yeah, people just getting into the brand that they know. Yeah, the game behind the gacha can be cool. This I kind of don't see how it can be even cool. Like if it's JRPG with this story, but you know for a fact that, you know, you will need to like go through the stamina system. You can't even play it properly unless you pay, then yeah, I don't know why would you even do that. That just sounds kind of weird, eh? A real-time management game, eh? The air traffic controller. And the Monkey stuff. That's some demos, eh? It was quite stressful, yeah. A real-time ATC. Doesn't seem like it has a pause or something, right? Or not really. Customize the airports even. Insane, eh? Cat bait. And you bait the cat. Not a demo there. Casual game with cute pixel graphics. Control the cat, bait, dodge enemies, and use the unique abilities of a helper cats. Would you bait them cats then? It's also the demo, and again also in the popular, but the reviews are not displaying. Even break something. No, I see. It's not a called the epic trailer and stuff, and then we have the survivor is like again. And we get another one. Some Giga Reds there and stuff. Yeah, they break the reviews and stuff again. Thought we were supposed to be able to leave for the demo. It displays some new and trending, but no reviews. Why are they new and trending then? What is wrong with you, Gibbon? The Wukong is climbing already. The Wukong is climbing soon. Pixel Art Academy. Damn son, I'm gonna teach you to draw. Learn how to draw pixel art with the video game. Damn, the Poga. Zero developed real art skills and relaxing way. Complete interactive tutorials, draw pixel art sprites and play at the games you create. Everyone can do this. Damn. Educational. Path of Exile, the current league is pumping there, I see. Can actually learn that pixel art that way. That's kinda cool. That's kinda cool. One of the best releases of this year. Damn son. That epic. That epic. Carefully design interactive tutorials. How to use drawing tools. By intermediate lessons covering pixel art fundamentals with a focus on line art and jaggies. Segaste body essay. Copy other indie game sprites or draw fan art from reference. Then with the game sprites, you customize the game snake and create your very own pinball machine. Get to play the games as well. Insane. And more than 6 hours of background music to accompany your drawing sessions. Well, very nice. Keep a completely transparent development process in my YouTube channel for frequent devlogs. Catch me anywhere on the internet to chat about current progress. Then, son. Seems nice. This seems very good, huh? I'm already for 9 years in development even. Insane. Could be kinda cool. Get into the pixel art stuff. Fields of Abystria. The new life builded a farm. Damn, back to the farming again. The magic romance adventure. Nostalgic farming life sim RPG. Time to learn how to draw pixel dominoes, yeah. Tararoo. Got you all the romance objects there. Yeah, pick your poison. They already know the target audience, man. One of the main features. Signy. Unrelenting onslaught of eye-popping visuals. Ear-bursting soundscapes. A mind-melting action. Damn, son. A vanguard and next generation of shoot-em-ups. Mega epic, man. Gone out Monde and out Mirone. Plunge into sky for the hill. Lost ditch battle for survival. Publisher Kadami, damn son. What is nice? Let's see. The actual good Kadami stuff. As cinematic as shoot 'em ups can get, yeah, they can't really get like that much, but I guess. Seems epic indeed, eh? The Steam Deck guide. Hero Emblems 2. Japanese-style RPG combines elements from side-scrollers and March 3 games. Damn, another one. Already was the name. The tabletop RPG one I played, also combining the March 3 there and stuff. The new meta coming. Is it time for the new meta? Perform them combos. Well, this way it seems like you can like focus on the March 3 though, not doing two things at the same time, like in the tabletop one. A retail company simulator. Oh, them another one. It's the same still one. The same one though. Developer business tycoon. Yeah, I think we saw this one before. It's already so many that I'm kind of like completely lost with this. There is way too many already. Candlelight element. A Lovecraftian. I broke the curfew to visit his friends in order to find out the truth of his granddaughter's disappearance. The truth was far more terrible than he thought. Monka is. Something given, dude. It does have a demo already. And now it's soon. A Lovecraftian point and click. Not overly packed with jump scares, anyone can play it. Damn son. Insane. Aero GPX combat racing. Anti-gravity racing focusing high velocity flight machine to machine combat. And responsive controls. And some weekend speed gear and stuff. Early access. Also has a demo. That's very nice. The demo enjoyers, man. Now the one button bosses. And there it is. Yeah, the outer slot as a publisher there. Been already published by the Abogus. Abogus actually now supporting the middies. Sponsored by actual Abogus. 4-hour campaign, concise roguelike game mode, just one button. No demo on this one though. I thought, well, actually I think it was available before. I remember there was something. At least I heard about it. I'm not sure if it was the demo, but I think it was. Volgard the Viking. Hardcore 2D action platformer where only precision can keep you from death. Because description doesn't say what I'm supposed to feel in this game. Thought we established that last time. The Crazy Viking Studios. This looks very dank. A return of the Viking. And digital eclipse. I guess the first one was like a very old school, I guess. Oh yeah, more than a decade after Volgar Viking chaotic challenging debut. Well, I mean, decade ago already, not that boomer really, but still. A decade ago wasn't that long ago, yeah, no. Kingdom Rush Alliance Tower Defense. We played Bella One's Blood, now it's gonna be a Tower Defense Fiesta. The Tower Defense Fiesta recommends now. 25th of July. Damn, they farmed there, holy shit. They farmed hard. The Lost Castle 2. 2D beat 'em up roguelike. That one also farmed quite well there, holy. Also quite fresh. I see, yeah. Mostly positive though. Barely kinda. An early access. And make a rejoin button for co-op always disconnects. And no way to reconnect from an internet hiccup. No one-screen co-op. Cannot play co-op online for more than R3. No couch co-op. Well, just molding about the co-op mostly. I guess everything else is kind of fine. Hey, Lydia Mello. How we doing, man? Oh, he's alive. Oh, he's alive. Formula 1 manager. And that one was also recently. That did not go well, So it's also like every year at this point. I think the manager, well, I guess they don't really like spend that much in developing a new one. But every year, silly I see. Happens. Don't see the dog emotes, yeah, they gone. Better to wait for the updates. Pay to test approach as a customer, I see. Current state, the game is unplayable. I'm wondering how this game passed QA at this state. There's son. Hey Ryan, hello. How we doing, man? Oh, some replacements already did arrive, Some replacements did arrive, A lot of people molding have like a lot of hours into, It's like the enjoyers actually going in. Enjoyers actually in. Looks quite cursed, yeah. There's more. And the cat, there is a dog too. There's everything. There is everything. And there is Forsen too. There is everyone. Artisan TD saw last week. Our buddy wants to die. That one's still doing quite well. Nice. He'll play it eventually, maybe. The Artifact Seeker. 3D roguelike survivor RPG game. Damn, son. Looks like kind of like some cool bait in there also a little, I guess. No, I haven't. Okay, I haven't. It wasn't a Game Pass, well, still is, so someone maybe did try. And you didn't get around to it. didn't get around to it. The dog no-tail requires like some chroma keying or something, and like more light, more colors and stuff. Yeah, more light, more contrast. Dungeons and Kingdoms. Fantasy Kingdom Builder, Management Sim and Dungeon Delver RPG Hybrid. Damn shit, has everything. Yeah, it's on Game Pass. It's on Game Pass. Konnichiwa is. Do you still have the Game Pass going? Might as well check it. Well, there's the demo also of that one actually. Splitgate 2, kicked so last time. One script also we've seen before. That one also doing already. Oh yeah, what's the Draggy DLC actually soon, eh? No Creeps TD, so last week also. Let's see, so can I say. Damn son. How dare you? How dare you be smart about that? Stardew Valley meets Pokemon. Damn son, Nintendo is already on its way, man. Shouldn't do that. Shouldn't do that. I remember that one with the kind of like deviling looking blob. And the Ragnarok and sure is recognized. Splitgate 2 already, yeah. Well, I mean, the first one kind of just died after some time. It went super hard and then just died. So, you know, it looks like they just decided that the best solution is just to make a second one and try to get another hype wave going, I guess. A journey inspired by Borean myths. Damn son. Not even the Slavic. They go full Borean ones there. Cooperative survival and its own world and rules on a separate page. Damn son. I'll do the same again and hope it works this time, yep. That's the strat. That's the strat. Then the AI generated content disclosure. Playing cards and translations, a game cover on Steam partially. Well, at least they're up in front with that. Some just don't even bother with that shit. AI disclosure, who? Swear on me, mom, there is none. Yeah, the Dreadgate Delusion got an update. Need to revisit that one, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna be like in a rush with that. Because I think it's not gonna be also the last update. And because there is still, like, I think they're adding the magical ore to upgrade weapons in this one. But there was also... Actually, wait a second. No, well, there was only magical missing, right? Yeah, it says final update, so... Maybe I'll get that. I'm not sure, is it like, you know, you need to restart? How does that work? But I might. Combat in Dread Delusion? Well, yeah, well, I would say it's somewhat brain dead, yeah, for sure. It's more about like the world and the story really and exploring that stuff. Even though there's hard mode now, which kind of like makes the resources and stuff a little more limited, so it's not as brain dead, you know, you kind of will need to actually maintain your resources and everything there. So it actually might make it a little more, you know, strategic, a little more hard, but yeah, not sure. I kinda was okay with that. The combat was there, so you do something. But yeah, the main stuff was the setting, the world, the lore. That shit was really nice. That shit is really nice. Very interesting and quite original, I'd say. Yeah, even kind of like with brain dead combat and stuff, that still seemed quite nice. Yeah, like it wasn't annoying. It wasn't annoying. Like at the end of the game, I guess, when you already like, you know, like full of the resources and everything, you already kind of skip a lot of combat because, you know, just already don't need to. You don't need to. But in the beginning, it was actually even satisfying because you kind of get the loot and stuff. Like, you don't get XP from that, which is kind of like a little bit of a sad factor for an RPG, right? It makes fighting stuff a little less interesting when you only like use resources and not not getting anything. But yeah, in this one you get the resources, you know, like as in ammunition, healing, and all that stuff from the enemies mostly, and the money too. So you kind of want, but then at some point you already kind of loaded with all that stuff. I jumped through the entire region with 2 jumps. Yeah, if you also kind of like do all the side things, you just become like way too dink and way too OP. Let's see, what do I say? The second playthrough, them son. Already going second one even. Oh, how's this shit doing actually? The Bugs Day, they're mostly positive recently. Holy. It is actually the one. The super MMO. What is it about? Bugs Day? Building. Pretty much just building this one, I think, for now. Great fun, needs some love for the solo players. There it is. That was seen from far away. Game is poo poo garbage. Damn, not just garbage, but poo poo garbage. 2 accounts with 8 plots, 4 plots each. One on the PAX Day launcher, one on Steam. Played Alpha 2 and have about 250 hours played across my 2 accounts. Played a guild of 10 very active people that are die-hard sandbox survival building fans. PAX Day should be right down our alley. I cannot recommend it. Core game mechanic right now only cater to a super small number of players, as we can see in the players currently online numbers. Leveling professions right now is super inconsistent. Some professions such as blacksmith, armorsmith and tailor are easy to level. You throw away a lot of the crafted stuff, but you have a solid progression. Now the other professions are a lot harder to level. First and the foremost, the leather worker, which needs an insane amount of hard to get resources, and in the end game needs a resource that is super rare drop from high level animals and NPCs, which is actually kinda sounds cool though. Almost unbearable to level this profession. High level ores, pure iron ore, are in high demand. Can only be found in 3 places. 2 of those are in PvE territory and have very few spawns. Areas overrun by players, and a pure iron ore is literally farmed as soon as it spawns. Another area where pure iron ore can be found in large quantities is the PvP area. Suggest you check your statistics of what percentage of your player base have ever entered PvP zone. Check how many of them have returned to the PvP zone more than once or twice. My estimation would be less than 5% of the player population. Instead, everyone who needs pure iron is either quitting the game out of pure frustration or is moving to the 2 zones where pure iron can be farmed. Well, I mean, I kinda assume that, you know, like the guild's probably holding all this, like, the PvP zone completely then. A bison jura close to the area where pure iron can be found and is packed with players and buildings. I can hardly find an empty spot to build anymore. Other areas became more and more dead spaces, only solo newbie players left there, who have no idea why everyone else is gone. My projection for the future of the game, if the current grind level is kept the way it is, there is a lot of competition on the market right now. Bugs Day is a very unique concept and thus will have a unique selling proposition. However, majority of your potential buyers will be deterred by 3 factors. Necessary resources are gated in the PvP zone, and most casual players don't like PvP. The insane grind, most casual players do not have the time to spend hundreds of hours per month in a game. If you don't make any noticeable progress during the time you play a game, you will leave the game after a few weeks because you're just frustrated. Even if you are part of a larger guild that increases the progression speed. All the NPC combat content that is really meaningful is gated behind lots and lots of crafting progress. Just saying still. But if all of the fun for the game is gated behind mind-numbing grind, people will opt for a game that has better progression and more rewards for a time spent in game. Total numbers, we see right now that you have something around 7k active players on Steam at any given time. I mean, that's not too bad. Let's assume that more people play via the launcher, maybe an additional 14-20k. That sounds, I kinda doubt that much. The launcher, that's to probably 50k people playing the game around the world, if at all. But Valheim, visual appeal was much lower, world size is much lower. Well, I mean, I wouldn't compare Valheim with, like, you know, MMO though. Bugs, they feel like I achieve almost nothing. Okay, go gold, 100k players, 75% negative reviews, 50k players left. Run the servers at 5k players. Reduce the grind. On July 9th, on Once Human will come out. Oh, that's kind of the old one then, alright. Watch your player numbers plummet. I'm curious. Well, I mean, probably just because, you know, kind of like the survival building centered MMO. No, I mean, he wasn't completely false, I guess. I wasn't completely wrong there. I guess it kind of did plummet way earlier, though. July 9th, actually. Well, I mean, not exactly. If it would be like on 7th, or actually maybe it was some like early access or something. That would be kind of funny though on the prediction. Not exactly, but it is actually like a big drop here though. Wait, was it in June? It did kind of seem like it was like way before that. I guess maybe there was like no stats or something before. Kind of weird. And then it's just going down. 2k people already. Though looking good, Not looking that good, But yeah, it is kind of like hardcore survival MMO stuff. I reduce the grind. What would you have left? There's like a lot of problems like this too. Like the same was sort of with Raven Dawn in a way, right? Like it's really like hard. Well, not hard, but like very like crafting heavy. I mean, you can't kind of avoid it in a way, I guess, but you sort of don't want to, because like, having some craft level is good and it's kind of leveling for you too. But you're leveling some of the crafting, like when the player base, you know, progresses, like you basically like, if you're ahead of the player base in terms of leveling crafting, right, you can okay, because you just get the resources, craft something, and then you go like and sell it, what you crafted, right? And people who are like behind you on the crafting leveling, they're probably gonna buy your stuff because, you know, you ahead, you made better shit, they bought better shit, they use better shit. Then they're gonna craft something worse and they're gonna try to sell it to someone lower level and stuff, right? And then at some point there will be like no one else to sell that shit. So when you're like catching up with this crafting, quite often you just end up, you know, basically just like dumping money into it. You just like dumping resources and money and time into it, because like no one's gonna buy your shit. It's already like not needed by anyone. Like some like little, you know, like a little rusty sword or something, no one needs that. People already like running with like some, I don't know, like fucking mithril swords or something. They don't care about your shit. So you just kind of like, you know, like throwing it all away. In Raven Dawn quite literally also, because you can't really recycle them or something. You're just like throwing that shit out pretty much. Erases, hello, how are you doing? So it just feels bad. You're like leveling crafting, but you don't feel like, you know, you're like a crafter that, you know, making something cool and stuff. You just, you know, basically literally just like dumping the ore that you farmed, with effort or bought, and then you just like throw it out. on the local bandit population, yeah. Lower tiers used for crafting the higher ones, but that was mostly for resources though, right? Like the end product that you craft still potentially gonna be not really needed by anyone anymore. There should be some like NPC system for that or something like that. Like it helps when it's like, you know, like the fully super hardcore game. Like Albion Online is actually like quite alive, to be honest. And actually is quite decent apparently. And I think that's how that's exactly the thing that helps the game solve that stuff. Like you literally just, you know, die all the time and lose everything. So all those like little rusty swords and everything, they're still quite relevant because you're gonna die a lot. You're gonna lose all your gear a lot. So like all those, even the rusty swords and stuff, they always have like some place in the market because like, you know, no one's gonna go on some like a risky suicidal mission to farm some area where they can get killed and lose their like super epic sword or something. They're gonna go with something that, you know, will get the job done and not really sad if they lose it and stuff. Yeah, actually board quests were kind of good. Like New World in that sense was kind of okay, yeah. You could do like the board quests for that shit and everything. So yeah, it was actually kind of not too bad. It was actually not too bad in New World with that. And there should be some sort of like NPC or whatever system that would be kind of supporting that, you know, like that market. Like if you go full player driven, it's good, but it's good when everyone is in the same spot at the same, you know, level. And then comes another problem that is also like highlighted here is like the PvP stuff. Like the most juicy things are gonna be for PvP enjoyers, and in all those games, usually PvP enjoyers end up, you know, like ganging up in some like huge fucking guilds and alliances. And then like if you are not part of it, you just kinda not getting any of that whatsoever. And depending on how big, like if it's a huge game, right, there's going to be a lot of guilds, a lot of alliances, so there's going to be a lot of PvPing, there's going to be a lot of those guilds and alliances, so the chances that you're going to join something are higher, right, because, I mean, there's a lot. So chances to be a part of it are higher, chances to succeed are higher, chances to maybe sneak in and, you know, when a lot of people fighting around and stuff, and you maybe will be able to find some quiet spot and like farm it real quick and peace out. Can be possible, but if it's a small game, that usually, and there was like a bunch of them, like I think Mortal Online went through that. There was Worlds Adrift, I think it was called. That one went through that also, that I was actually kind of curious about and wanted to play, and bought it actually even at some point and never even played it, just fucking closed later. I actually don't know how that worked. I think it was Worlds Adrift. Yeah, no longer available in the Steam store. There it is, huh? December 2018, there was an update. And that's when they actually decided to add the PvE server. But was, I guess, a little too late, though. It was like a cool idea with like the flying stuff and all the grappling hooks and everything, but then it died, eh? Hey, Courtside, hello. Not sure either, not sure. I haven't played it, but like I actually watched only the George Trivaze, right? The video on how was it? The series, the worst MMO or whatever. They actually like, paid him to roast the MMO, and in the end, that wasn't actually even a lot of roasting. Apparently, well, I mean, obviously he also like barely scratched the surface over the time he played, but still, looks like it actually is kind of interesting in that sense how it works. So yeah, I'm not sure about the details. Like I was kind of curious about maybe trying to play. They got European servers recently, so I was kind of curious. But then there was like already like too much stuff going on. There was already like Raven Dawn going and like Elder Scrolls Online still going. Then some other game was out, and I just kind of decided not to even bother with that, to be honest. But yeah, not sure. Just killing crafters instead of buying. Well, I mean, you can kill them in the city and everything, though. But yeah, like in smaller games, like the PvP just becomes like pretty much owned by just like a few, sometimes even like one huge crowd of people that basically is so strong no one can like stand against them, and then they just kind of like ruin it for everyone, because you just like, as soon as you show yourself in any area that is kind of PvP, you're just gonna get killed instantly. If they can, they're just gonna like farm you and spawn camp you until you just give up and uninstall. That's what happened with World's Drift, I think. That was like some of the, actually, those reviews still there. The game deserves a rerun. I mean, it would be interesting. One of the best played shittiest company move ever, I see. I want it back, missed the game, bring it back. Was a good game. No, I think it should be fine, actually, Raiders. I'm not sure if, like, that's the problem with all the PvP games. As I said, like, solo might be really, really, really brutal. Solo might be really hard, unless you kind of stick to full PvE stuff, but I think, like, a lot of, like, end game shit is basically kind of, like, sort of PvP required. And that's the problem with those games. Like, you either become a part of some PvP, you know, guild alliance, whatever, or you just kind of, like, skip a whole bunch of, like, end game content, sort of. That's gonna be the same here, I'm pretty sure. Especially when like a lot of plots and everything gonna be taken and stuff. Like the concept is cool though. Like I was curious about this one. I never got like access to the test, so I was like, well, you know, I guess whatever. Checked it, how it performs at the start, and just kind of like whatever. Gonna skip it, see what happens later, because it was apparently also like the very early access was just pretty much building simulator and grinding, crafting simulator. Like there's like that's the gameplay pretty much. And there was also some like fun stuff with this one. I think you like buy, get those plots and stuff of land there, right? But later there will be a subscription. So yeah, it's some kind of like weird shit there basically with this going on. So like you get those plots, and then to kind of like maintain them later, you will need to pay a subscription also on top of that. Unlimited access along with the specified amount of plots for the entire duration of the early access until June 2025. Yeah, like, dude, the founder pack you pick now doesn't commit you to anything past early access. We will be transparent about our future pricing plans and provide more details as we approach the official release. Like, that's just like, that's a nope for me completely. Like, dude, it's just like in your face, literally. Well, what you buy now is gonna be irrelevant like a year down the line. So, you know, sorry, bro, we don't owe you anything. It's ridiculous, dude. So yeah, just whatever you buy and play now, it's the surprise payment mechanics later. That's where you just kind of like, yeah, I would just like, yeah, you read this, you just skip this stuff. That just doesn't sound like even like you could at least kind of try to come up with some like more like, you know, it's your early supporters, right? It's people who bought the early access. Like, sure, make the, you know, subscription and stuff later, but still provide them with like some benefits and stuff like that. But this is just like sounds kind of like, you know, fuck you, Leatherman. Like, you got us money to the start, but when we kind of like take off, we're gonna throw you out of, you know, out of the boat basically. Isaac Makalo. Early access only build, not getting the final game, yeah. That's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous. Alright, let's get to the news part then. Let's look into some of that then. So yeah, the Game Informer is dead now. The Game Informer is dead. You can't actually even read anything here anymore. It is gone. So this is literally like the last bits of Game Informer saved in my RSS reader. And there it is. So I'm just gonna go through it that way. And then I will look for more sources and stuff. At this point, at this speed, I will need to pick up like some fucking gaming journalism myself or something. Like, I'm already a hobo, you know, like can't get any worse than that. Might as well try. You know, can't cut my finances. Well, I mean, actually, I guess you kind of can. But that will be already completely down the ground. Harry Potter Quidditch Champions gets first gameplay trailer will launch on PlayStation Plus. What's interesting about that one, nowadays that's an interesting one, right? A digital standard edition, $30, simply includes the base game. Digital physical deluxe editions include the game house packs, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor, and 2,000 in-game gold. Earned in-game, as Quidditch Champions does not have microtransactions. Now that's something you love to see, man, nowadays. I would say. Launch as a PlayStation Plus title on day one, actually. There it is. See. Yeah, like pictures already even not loading because they just like wiped the website. I don't know why actually. They like the Game Informer is like old, man. They have like so much like articles and stuff. They literally just like wiped the website. Like there's nothing. It's just like the front page, just like this HTML, you know, like placeholder. Done. It's gone. Like the fuck, man? Why? PlayStation unveils limited edition Astrobot DualSense controller. I think I had news about this on the other source too, so I guess there's gonna be the picture there. Maybe. Losing the skills. Which skills? I already suck, dude. Can't get any worse. First trailer for Amazon's Like a Dragon series. And we got that stuff too. The controller, but it costs money. Damn, what a twist. What a twist. So the movie adaptation in that one. 6-episode series will be released on Prime Video in 2 parts. First 3 episodes premiering October 24th, the last 3 on November 1st. Actor Tony Pankhurst, face of a curator in Dark Pictures anthology, died. Feels bad, man. 67. You gone. 40 years across films, TV, radio. Video games provide likeness and mysterious curator in Dark Pictures anthology. Ask for money. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess. Then you're not gonna have internship anymore, potentially, though, then. Visions of Mana demo available now. A month away from release. Alright. Got the demo for that one. Star Wars Outlaws previews. Let's see. Preview's not gonna be obviously even going through. They still do that. They still do the reviews and stuff too. Well, did already. A Ball Path of Teal Lotus console updates in flux due to Humble Games layoffs. Oh, then this one got affected too. From how launch went, has been great hearing all your feedback. That being said, our launch hasn't been without its challenges. Most of you will know that our publisher Humble Games effectively shut down, laying off all 35 team members. This took us completely by surprise, and for a small development team like us, it was a critical blow to our post-launch support. And now in difficult situation when it comes to updating the console ports. Both are working on updates for the PC version, and we want to assure you that these updates and fixes will come to consoles in the future. Thank you for your understanding and support. When the number of games Humble published, both are released and upcoming, likely isn't the only game. A studio to have this kind of a wrench thrown into the works. More insane layoffs, man. Alright, Dragon Ball, another trailer. More characters. Casting of Frank Stone, the cutting room floor mode makes replaying choices easier. Bungie lays off over 200 employees and announces plans for a deeper integration with Sony. There it is. Another one. Announced layoffs affecting 220 employees. article. I mean, I do have another article on that one. We'll get there. Star Wars Bounty Hunter and Xbox Series X. I mean, kind of everywhere, I guess, now. Banking on the marathon. We'll see, we'll see. Ace Attorney Investigations Collection Preview. The overdue retrial, September 6th, soon. Squirrel with a gun. Oh, yeah, saw that one. That one looks kind of dink. It's not out yet, though, I think. Civilization 7's first gameplay trailer will premiere at Gamescom opening night live. So Job gonna show us some gameplay. No, it's gonna be like a full showcase. But huge. The huge Hughes. Stream special gameplay showcase on Twitch featuring over 20 minutes of developer insights and deep dive discussions of the game's new features. It's not gonna be like post-show, I guess, or something. I doubt they're gonna be doing 20 minutes on the show. Kinda hope they're not gonna. Hope they're not gonna. Oh, this one already starts breaking there, looks like. Diablo 4 A Vessel of Hatred preview. That's when they got killed. Puzzle-like Kung Fu game by the makers of Ali. Oh, that's the old ones, actually. This seems like some of the old ones got through, maybe. Yeah, consoles after 2 seasons. Yeah, I guess before the site was going down, they just kind of like got a bunch of stuff reposted again. Fortnite Tesla. Yeah, that's already. Yeah, like the cover reveal, actually. Like they got new like cover for the magazine also with casting of Frankstone. A digital issue is out August 2nd. Yeah, we had that all last week pretty much. Another Lane Stalker. And then it should be kind of poof soon. Sudden closure? No, owner's GameStop, actually, if I remember correct. The gameplay. Yeah, this is where it kind of was already going. Yeah, the bunch of layoffs. There it is. Yep, and then it's over. A Valorant available on PlayStation, Xbox. Yeah, okay, I mean, we can read. The 2 thrilling years of bringing you the latest news, reviews, and insights from ever-evolving world of gaming. It is with a heavy heart that we announce the closure of Game Informer. Early days pixelated adventures to today's immersive virtual realms. Have been honored to share this incredible journey with you, our loyal readers. Now, presses may stop. The passion for gaming that we've cultivated together will continue to live on. Thank you for being part of our epic quest, and make your own gaming adventures never end. There'll be article about it, but yeah, I think it's like the GameStop owning this, and they just kind of like, yeah, just push the button on that, and it's all over. I can check real quick though, while we are on the topic there. Where was it? That was somewhere here. Thought they had something on that, or maybe it was on actually on this one. Because I did have it somewhere there. Unless I maybe missed some. I have to check because I think I had it. Clearly did. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Game Informer shuts down as team is laid off by GameStop. Yeah, so they just basically laid off everyone, eh? Didn't delve into the reasons for the closure. Geoff Keighley explained in a follow-up post that the label has been shut down because the staff have been laid off by GameStop, GI's parent company. Yeah, so they basically just laid everyone off. That's it. GameStop yet to make a statement confirming why it has so suddenly shut down the Game Informer brand, but we've reached out for comment. It's weird, like, I don't know, like, Game Informer is, like, they still print and everything, too. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I don't know, like, in my opinion, at least, right? Like, with all these, kind of, like, the digital, the gaming, you know, journalism stuff, I feel like you can, like, you can actually kind of make it leaner, but you still can be running it, though, no problems. Like, you just kind of, like, need to sort of, you know, like, rework it, though, kind of towards more some kind of, like, content creation, I guess, rather, right? Like, not those, like, huge portals with, like, lots of staff members and everything and on salaries and stuff, but kind of, like, do it more, you know, content creator style, but it's doable, I think. I think it is actually doable to, like, rework it. You still have like audience. Like, you have audience that is already huge. You can still, like, just, you know, face towards more like Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, all those things. You still have all the odds and everything. But yeah, I feel like it's just the greed, man. I think that's just the greed, to be honest. The greed and the fact that, like, I think, like, the kind of old school way to run all the websites like this is kind of becoming not really sustainable. Because, like, people want, you know, decent salaries and everything. And there is usually a lot of people also participating in that. And they, in fact, kind of, like, to be honest, a lot of them, like, kind of do lose competition to, like, the whole websites, really. With a bunch of stuff, kind of lose competition to some, like, one, you know, like, some one content creator that does reviews or something, technically, in terms of audience and everything. But that, I think, is just because they are, like, not really doing it that right. I do not think they do. I do not think they do. Should also kind of embrace that. Just go towards more content creation rather than journalism, sorta. It's quite a sudden end, yeah. Like, out of nowhere, basically, like, boom, when it's closed. And as I said, like, it's not just, you know, like, sort of like frozen or hiatus or something. It's just, like, literally, like, wiped the website. Like, there's nothing now. There's just placeholder. All the articles and stuff, like, completely axed. Even though it might be, you know, that everyone got laid off, and maybe when they were kind of, you know, realized that everyone is kind of gone, maybe they decided, you know what, let's just, like, take our, you know, our website with us then. Maybe that was kind of the move, I'm not sure. No, I mean, a lot of media is a lot of, like, the magazines and stuff, they were, like, already having a lot of layoffs recently. There was a bunch of, like, also acquisitions, a lot of sales, a lot of layoffs too. Like, that is actually happening on the market. As I said, like, there was an article before we read already, is that it's basically, like, kind of hard to monetize that stuff the way they want to monetize. It's sort of the same, like, it's pretty much like journalism is sort of like AAA, like all these, like, big websites and stuff. It's kind of like AAA industry, but they're, like, they're really losing to indie industry now, which is, like, you know, all those, like, independent, basically, like some dude running a blog, or, like, dude running, like, the YouTube channel or something. Like, they basically have somewhat similar content in the end, right? Because, like, alright, they do, like, some, like, reviews, maybe, like, couple reviews per week they post, and that dude is, like, constantly, you know, like, pumping out, like, videos with reviewing a whole bunch of different games and stuff, and they just can't really compete with that. And then they also kind of end up that they need to monetize a lot. One person ran channel, yeah, basically, sorta. And then they try to overmod. Like websites in general, like really hard nowadays to deal with because, like, the search traffic and stuff is really like going towards the platforms. So like people nowadays fucking lose like people search for things on TikTok now, you know. And like on YouTube, they do it for a while already. Like people like there's less and less people who go to like Google to like look for some review or some game, right? And there's even less people who probably gonna be like, oh, there's like an article, let me read it, you know, which I love, for example. Like I'd rather read a review or something. Like if there is it comes down sometimes, like even on Game Informer, it was a thing too. Like you just open some, like, you think it will be article, you open it and there's just a video posted, like some podcast or something. I just close it. Like if it will be written, I would read it, but I just close it. I don't want to. But most of the people, you know, prefer different type of content nowadays. So like the search engine traffic is sort of like really limited. They started and you know, you need to fuel the more and more expensive business running, you know, the more expenses basically. Because it's also the same as AAA issues. There's like already like the whole board now, you know, and some people at the top, they want to have, you know, status, want to have the yachts and shit too, I guess. So it's like a lot of expenses running in, and then you kind of get the situation with the, like, the search traffic is harder to get, the appetites are higher, and like where to get the money. So they starting to go all this like search engine baiting sorta. And the search engine baiting, I can actually like show you some of it now, just where I was before, right? Like the good example here, pretty much. All posts. Let's see. Oh, there's gonna be like a very old one. Show new posts first. Let's see. Yeah, what are Black Ops 6 multiplayer maps answered? Let's go. There's gonna be like the whole bunch of them. A leak online, all the leaks, all the GTA 5 cheat codes and cheat codes for PC, PS5, Xbox, and PC, and how to download 7 Days to Die mods. Full zombie list in 7 Days to Die. What else? There's kind of like obviously like news and everything here too, right? But there's also a bunch like what was Bungie's payback game? How to download Minecraft on PC, for example. Yeah, no. There you go, man. That's what you go for just to get that traffic pretty much on your website. Is Visions of Mana co-op answered? And like, I mean, I don't you know, blame the player, blame the game, dude. That's like I did search engine optimization back in the day. I know that shit. It's bad. It's bad, but now that's the reality, and that's when you get like, you look for some information from the game, for example. Like you want to find like, I remember like Skull and Bones, for example. I was like, I didn't know where one of the settlements is that I needed for like treasure map or some shit. Or I don't remember. Like basically I needed to find some like settlement that I didn't have on my map. So I wanted to find the map basically of Skull and Bones. And like pretty much first page of Google was like .esports, you know, like some like PC Gamer, you know, IGN, all those, and you click on those and it's a shit article. There is like no useful information whatsoever, just a bunch of fucking rewrite stuff from somewhere that is absolutely useless. And that's how they farm the search engine traffic. The problem is like those people, they like, I don't know, like you see that you don't want to spend time on that website anymore. It's kind of like this the trash sign basically. Like Insider Gaming, for example, they do have like a really unique and cool stuff that they post, so you can't excuse that stuff. If it'll be like a regular news site and they would start like spamming this, like, you know, like the shit articles, you just kind of stop using it at this point, because it's just like, why? It just feels kind of like low effort, you know, low quality, low tier in a way. But they need to, because they worst search engine traffic. And then the only way they monetize it is with advertisements, and that also, like, you know, getting hit nowadays by all these like ad blocks, you know, like no scripts people running and stuff. So like, and I'm not even sure. Like I haven't been in like the website business like in, I don't know, like almost like a decade at this point already, pretty much. And I don't know like the rates and stuff nowadays. But I'm sure it's not really super stellar. Like you need to have like, you know, a lot of traffic to monetize that stuff, especially like in gaming industry, because the gaming traffic always is kind of like trash considered, because there is a lot of it. Like, you know, there is like the quality of traffic. Like if you have a traffic about like some, you know, some like machines, for example, for like production, manufacturing, like stuff, you know, like that traffic. If you have on your website, even if you have like 100 people, you can monetize that shit well. But if it's like some porn, you know, or like some entertainment stuff, that traffic is trash. You can't really get any money out of that. It's like super cheap, basically. All the clicks, all the views, they are super cheap. So it's hard to monetize that stuff. It is really hard, eh? Also polluted with AI slope, that will make it really bad. Like AI probably already is making it really bad, but it will be super bad. Like back in the day, there were like doorways, for example. It was just like pretty much you have like a bunch of keywords, like low frequency keywords. Like there's like a couple of people per month asking like for like, I don't know, fucking like some really niche, long dedicated, you know, request the search query. And they were gathering the databases with those like search requests and making those like huge websites that were procedurally generated with like really shitty methods back in the day, like Markov chains and stuff like this. They were just generating shit content, pumping all those like keywords and trying to like get people to click on some ads. And usually it was also like some low tier, like sometimes like malware, you know, and all that stuff that they were monetizing it with. And nowadays you can just run AI and it will create some content like Markov's chains and stuff. It was complete garbage. Google was like easily identifying that. And nowadays with like the decent like AI made text, like, I mean, gonna be hard to identify. You can be kind of like, that looks AI, but you know, looks doesn't mean it is, so you can't really just like throw the site out of the search engine because you think it's AI. Search engine to filter, explore the true web and remove the noise. Oh, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna like it's gonna be really hard to do, and then like no one like. And then as soon as you start monetizing it and everything, and people will start reading and everyone will leave, and then it all flopped, basically. Unless it's gonna be some enthusiasts and everything. Are really dank enthusiasts too that will kind of try to do it. And yeah, I'm not so sure if you can actually. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. It's actually like literally like unironically, sometimes you want to find some information that is like useful and helpful. You literally just need to add like, you know, like Reddit or something like that to the search request, just so you filter all those like, you know, IGN and all that shit, and you actually get like some like, you know, actually people discussing, for example, like some quest in the game that you kind of stuck with, you know, like bugged out or something on you. You want to find a solution, you're gonna try to search for it, you're gonna get a bunch of trash. If you like add like Reddit or like some forums or something, maybe you will find it somewhat. Let's see, let's see. Yeah, at least we have that. At least we still have those websites that do kind of help and everything. But yeah, like for like running like some new stuff is really like you know, like unprofitable at this point already. That's why they all kind of also go huge, right? IGN and everything. They also try to get like everything and everywhere, movies, games, whatever they can. They try to put they try to put it every like their finger in every pie, pretty much. They want to be everywhere. They want to get like apps going on phones and stuff. They try to kind of like inject themselves as much as possible everywhere, just to kind of like keep that audience and money flowing. I do feel it also will be really risky for them in the long run, unless they all go like, you know, also kind of like this content creation route, which, I mean, they kind of try. They do run at least like a lot of YouTube shows, right? Podcasts and everything. Like, that's the way to do it, in my opinion. Like, the journalism like this, the only way is if you like, you know, like writer or someone, right? Like when you actually do some sort of investigative like journalism, you have like some contacts and everything, connections and stuff in the industry. Then someone gonna like, you know, keep you around, someone gonna pay you money because you actually can provide, you know, sensations and stuff, some stories that will actually drive traffic to your website and stuff and will be good for your brand. Those people, they will still kind of stay. People who just kind of like, you know, play video games and do reviews, the only way for you is like basically, in my opinion, just kind of like try to look more towards the content creation angle. And if your website is about that, it's also better probably to try to look for that angle, to be honest. So that is probably the industry's problem. Like for me, saddest will be like the game industry, for example. Game industry, like insider gaming, like those are actually like posting a lot of like good stuff there. Just like, you know, information, data and stuff, all like, you know, raw and dry. I like that. That's very nice. That's very nice, and hopefully I'm not gonna lose that anytime soon, which we kind of can, because I think game industry actually is the same like parent company. I think it even was as the Game Informer, so we'll see. Before one day they also just gonna shut down and stuff. Because the Game Informer was still kind of just like gaming news and stuff. You can like go like PC Gamer or something like this, and it more or less will be kind of the same, more or less. Which is also kind of, you know, I guess part of the problem. Like if your content and everything can be sort of like replaced by anything. Oh, is they? No, it was GameStop actually. It was GameStop closing them, their parent. So like if you just can go to another portal and get the same absolutely exact content and stuff, then yeah, that's probably bad news. That's probably bad news for you. And that's kind of the same way it's like hard for them to compete with like the content creators and stuff, because they already can do pretty much the same and probably even reach like better audiences and monetize way well. Maybe not monetize better, but they are, you know, one person probably creating the content, maybe with like some editor and manager maybe, like, you know, and not the whole company with like 30 plus people, for example. So even if they monetize not as good, it's still not much worse, and they spend way less too. So yeah, that is the problem. That is the problem with that industry, I feel. And it's all about kind of evolving and like switching, I think, how they should operate, in my opinion. Even though I think like the paper magazines could be still kind of cool, but that would be also like, you know, not like some mega paper magazine that you will be like printing with the also a lot of stuff and everything. It's probably gonna be some sort of like niche, small, you know, print that you will just do for the connoisseurs, kind of like, you know, like limited run games and stuff doing, for example, for video games, just for enjoyers. But it's kind of hard to run business like that. Kind of hard to run business like that, I guess. PlayStation Portal launching in Southeast Asia. Someone needs that there too. A remote play system will launch September 4th, 2024 in Singapore and October 9th, 2024 Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. Still kind of enigma for me, this... I would even call it like the console, man. This device. Games in development prior to September 2023 exempt from SAG after strike. GTA 6, one of many titles exempt. Union calls for members working for non-struck games to stand in solidarity. You're obviously not happy about that. A language was bargained into one of the legacy interactive media agreements before the merger. Language that the merged union basically inherited, that I think is insane, but it's there. As they have like limitations on when you can strike. Do believe that there are certain titles that we can challenge, and we are preparing ourselves to bring a challenge with respect to the application of this language. So we are doing our best to wage the strike as effectively and as strongly as we can, even in spite of that language being there. SAG after has advised members working for non-struck games or companies to stand in solidarity with their fellow members by refusing to cross a picket line for them, as employers are contractually prohibited from discriminating against them or for this choice. Also advise members who are under daily contracts not to sign new contracts with a non-struck game during the strike. You know, we're advising you to not earn money, man. For the idea, but yeah, don't earn money, dude. Which, I mean, it's understandable, but like when you're like on contracts and everything, I'm pretty sure you're probably already not like feeling too well, you know. And then like yeah, don't strike new contracts. That's how like a lot of all these like initiatives and stuff kind of getting just destroyed because like the people just want to make some monies, you know. They need to make ends meet, sadly. And that's the sad part about it. And that's like everyone is in the unions and everything. And there is also like a lot of like different other laws in place that will prevent some fiesta from happening. You're always gonna have this situation when people can't even really go on a strike and everything because then they're gonna lose fucking everything. Like someone not signing new contracts and everything, well, shit. You're gonna find someone else, bro. No, like when I was applying, or like going already through the interview. Oh, are you still studying? You need to get some like day offs for exams and stuff for your studies. Well, yeah, we obligated to give you those day offs by law. So we're gonna give you day offs, but once. After that, we're gonna fire you. All right, good shit, man. That's good shit. Keywords Lively Studio faces a small number of layoffs. Small, eh? Company streamlining its operations. Sister studio Electric Square unaffected. Lively not looking that lively anymore, I guess. Company informed us that they are limited to the sister studio Lively. A spokesperson told us the layoffs are the result of a recent strategic review in which the company decided to streamline certain areas of the business with a small number of people at the Leamington-based Lively now at risk of redundancy. The decision was not taken lightly. It was made with long-term health of the company in mind. The corporate speech never changes, man. Companies owned by Services Empire Keyword Studios offer a range of development services. Lively was launched by a leadership team that previously worked at Electric Square and previously worked on titles such as Warped Kart Racers and Detonation Racing. A GTA 6 and PlayStation problem. Rockstar next opus convinced fans to put down their DualShock for DualSense. Will it? Will it? A phrase that gets thrown around the games industry a lot right now is survive until 2025. What if people actually like think, you know, like New Year's and everyone is like, you know, 1st of January, oh man, finally, now things will be good. Yeah, not sure about that, dude. I'm not sure if it's gonna happen that way. Hopefully not happening before 2025 though. Will it happen 2025 at that? I don't know. A hope or even the expectation is that the next year will see the games business bounce back after 2 years of faltering sales and mass redundancies. The Phantom Blade Zero, I do think I have. Yeah, I do think so. I do have that one, yeah. Few reasons for this expectation. First, there is the belief that we'll see continued economic recovery and the falling inflation rates, which should result in increased consumer spending and investment. Second, a launch of a new Nintendo console should spark increased interest in sales of new games. I mean, recovery will come at some point, but when and how it will actually work, that's a different question. And third, GTA 6. Son, no mistake, next GTA will be a significant milestone for video games, and it should, all going well, prove to be the biggest entertainment launch of all time. It'll shine a spotlight on the industry for good or bad, and it'll drive sales at retail, boost traffic for the game's media, and help shift hardware too. Man, that kind of made me think, like, what's gonna be fucking happening on Twitch though, dude? Like, can you imagine when GTA 6 releases? Holy shit, man. The platform gonna die or something. And they got the fucking odds and stuff there. McDonald's odds. Feels good. Okay, let me see. I gotta switch this then. I think we can fix it that way. A different OST. I was working fine. Here, this one. I'll do it that way. The nice little uproar there. I see. Yeah, I have a feeling I'll be just sitting there playing something else as usual. Classic. Classic. Start all the other games for the 2 months after that. Well, I mean, in terms of sales, yeah, probably. How it's gonna be in terms of like streams and stuff, I wonder. Wonder how much longevity it's gonna have. If they're gonna have like the some sort of GTA Online there going, the people might be farming that for a while then maybe. It won't benefit everyone, of course. For games publishers and developers who aren't cold Rockstar, GTA 6 isn't exactly going to help them. In fact, any game that dares to release within the 6-week blast radius of GTA does at its own risk. Meanwhile, live service games should be braced for a sharp drop in average playtime. Yet, one thing that some in the industry are hoping for with the GTA 6 is that it will help overcome the PS4 problem. Does he so think so? Yeah, GTA for me kinda... I don't really like... I like GTA. I played bulk except the very first one. I think. Yeah, I do think so. Like, I do like it, but like... I don't know. I just kinda like... don't think it's gonna be something I just kind of, you know, oh shit, I'm so excited, I'm so pogging right now, I want to do it. Like, most likely they're not gonna be sending any keys, huh? I bet, because that shit is like sells itself real good. It probably cost a shitload too, so yeah, for me it's just gonna be most likely staying out until it's like on some mega sales, which is not gonna happen anytime soon probably. Unless there will be something like fun going on, like and maybe like online later, and maybe like my friends want to be on board, and so maybe then I would get it. But otherwise, yeah, just gonna probably like skip it until way later down the line. And then maybe. Because it also might be like having the same issue as Red Dead Redemption, for example, when it was like so fucking huge and detailed that like I just kind of like burn out without even like progressing it much after like over a week of playing. Needs to be on it. Fortnite GTA collab. I'll play the single player again, I see. The online with friends was fun though. Like not like when it had like a lot of content back in the day even, like all the heists and everything, they were just fun to do. Like not even like open world stuff was like full cheater ridden and everything, even though it's still kind of fun sometimes. But yeah, like the heists and stuff to do in co-op with the boys, that was nice. That was kind of fun until we like did all of them and then we quit. But one of my friends was still like playing for some time after with his other friend and returning every once in a while. Yes, you actually see. Spoken a lot about the games console business being in decline, pointing to the slightly slower pace of console sales this generation compared with the previous one, yet things are rosier especially for PlayStation when we start considering other metrics. For instance, revenue is significantly up for PS5 compared with PS4, but what's more, in terms of overall engaged users, numbers are looking healthy, and it's just that so many of those engaged users are still playing on PS4. Whether this is a problem or not is subjective. Back in May, Sony revealed that 50% of its audience is still gaming on its older machine, even as we approach the 4th anniversary of PS5 launch. 4 years already, holy. It's not unusual for older generation machines to continue for years after their replacements have arrived, but things are more significant this time, in part because of the popularity of live service titles. Newzoo's latest playtime chart showed that the most played PlayStation games over the past 2 months have been Fortnite, Call of Duty, EA Sports FC 24, GTA 5, Roblox, Minecraft, Rocket League, X-Defiant, Rainbow Six Siege, and NBA 2K24. Only one of those games, Ubisoft X-Defiant, which was released in May, isn't on PS4. Minecraft is only just about to get a native PS5 version. PS5 players have only been able to download the PS4 version so far. Meanwhile, market analyst Ampere says that out of 20 billion plus active users of GTA Online, the most active platform for the game by some distance is PS4. In other words, almost all of the biggest games on PlayStation right now run on PS4 and run well, and that reduces the need from a consumer point of view to upgrade their hardware, particularly during times of economic instability and high cost of living. Obviously, it also presents an opportunity, and PlayStation remains bullish that PS5 will be a bigger platform than PS4 because it knows that at some point, much of that PS4 base will want to upgrade, especially as their hardware starts to age, slow down, or fail. Of course, Sony will need to be cautious that these gamers remain on PlayStation, especially with Xbox improving its release slate, Nintendo debuting new hardware, PC gaming continuing to perform strongly, and even mobile and tablets showcasing their high-end gaming potential. But ultimately, they are PlayStation customers currently, so it's Sony's fan base to lose. Here's where I feel a GTA could play an important role for all games companies, and right now developers are caught between pushing forward with the latest hardware and maintaining support for the old one. And indeed, this is something Rockstar is going to have to contend with. By the time GTA 6 launches, more GTA Online games will have transitioned to the latest consoles. Yet there is likely still be a noteworthy share of players across the older devices and on PC. As such, Ampere expects Rockstar to continue operating GTA Online for the foreseeable future. They will for sure. But this will mean maintaining multiple communities as the user base is split following the launch of GTA 6. Which, I mean, I think with GTA Online doesn't really matter. It's not like some sort of MMO or something. Like, sure, there are gonna be less people. You're probably not gonna be even noticing it anyway, because it's not like servers are like, you know, thousands of people anyway. Rockstar never previously been faced with this sort of transitional challenge, although parent company Take-Two more broadly has deep expertise across its live service sport franchises, which regularly shift audience to new annual releases. The ongoing commercial importance of the GTA franchise leaves very little room for error in transitioning and supporting its loyal audience as the new game launches. There's one game that could trigger players to upgrade, it is the GTA, and if Sony and Microsoft have plans to release upgraded and handheld versions of their latest machines, as the report suggests, then 2025 could prove to be a very significant year for the future of the games console, even before factoring in Nintendo. I wonder if Nintendo also kind of wants to like hop on the GTA train. And that's when they kind of want to drop their new console then also. So that will be able to run GTA 6, for example. Of course, the situation poses a broader question of what might PlayStation 6 look like. In many ways, Xbox Series S and X were continuations of Xbox One, faster, more powerful, but with the same interface, same controllers, and all its first-party games were cross-generational. By contrast, Sony exclaimed it believed in generations and presented PS5 with a new UI, and new controller, new accessories, and at least some PS5-only games. At least some, yeah, that's a lot of them there. With gamers taking 5 years or longer to transition from one generation to the next, and with AAA games taking 4 or 5 years to build, and does the 7-year generational cycle still work today? Unless Sony's engineers and hardware teams can create a product that offers significant change in how games look and play, I'm not convinced it does. Yeah, I feel they might like actually try not to go for like PlayStation 6 for a while, but do like, you know, PS5 Pro, then PS5 like Mega, you know, Giga and all that stuff, maybe. That's Tijuana's problem to solve, and now opportunity for PlayStation is getting those remaining fans to put down DualShocks and pick up a DualSense instead. GTA 6 and 720p 25 FPS next gen Nintendo, yeah. I mean, on one hand, it's kinda true. It might force people to upgrade. It could be, because yeah, GTA 6 is kinda huge. The thing is, like, how many people after that will do things much differently? They will upgrade, and then there will be, like, you know, new GTA Online, so even more people are gonna be playing it for even longer. there still will be all those, you know, Fortnites, Rocket Leagues, all those things. Like, they just basically like gonna like, well, I just spent, you know, a shitload of money on this new console and buying this GTA, so I just gonna like sit in some live service games now for the rest of the year, you know. Because I don't have fucking money. Over 90% of Call of Duty players play a less without skills-based matchmaking. The quit rate of matches rose by 80% when skill-based matchmaking was decreased. Yes, their white paper they released, you can read their Bible about the skill-based matchmaking. Research how skill-based matchmaking affects player base. Publisher ran a test in early 2024 Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 in which 50% of players experienced a decrease in skills-based matchmaking. As a result, the returning player rate dropped for 90% of players, while the quit rate rose by 80%. While 10% of the highest skilled players returned, Activision found that significantly fewer players did the same, which therefore reduced the player pool and produced unfair matches. Ultimately, this will result in a worse experience for all players. Well, I mean, I don't think it's kind of like some revelation here. Like, if you just kind of like constantly get in matches with like, you know, like some MLG professionals that just fucking destroy you and everything, you're not gonna be very happy about it. And this will result in worse experience for all players, as there will be fewer and fewer players available to play with them. This test only deprioritized skill in the matching rules, and if it were completely removed, we would expect the C player population erode rapidly in the span of a few months, resulting in a negative outcome for all our players. Utilizing skill-based matchmaking, Activision said 80 to 90% of players experience better end-of-match placement, stick with the game longer, and quit matches less frequently. I think even World of Tanks ended up like admitting that, because they for years didn't want to get any sort of matchmaking because they were kind of afraid to, like, you know, get some sort of like people to see how fucking bad they are, which is like majority of people there. But also I guess having 15 players on one side was kind of like helping a little bit, because, you know, like the good skill or the bad skill of some people was kind of diluted in this kind of amount of players. But you still could go with like the 3 people pre-made, for example. I think memes alone, and like 3 people pre-made of actually good players could still do wonders there. And sometimes they were completely brain dead people, like someone just like bringing their like, oh, it's my son, boys, like a level tier, like level 10, you know, like the 10th tier tank, just bringing with them like level 1 tank. Oh yeah, it's my son playing, he just didn't level the tank yet, you know, but I took him here in this fight and he can do shit there, literally, like absolutely. Just like one accidental ram and his tank is done there. But usually like teammates already kill that tank in the beginning of the match, then the dad gets upset and starts shooting an exchange, you know, and the teammates, and you just like, well, look at all this shit, and you're like, well, yeah, this match is not going fucking anywhere now. And then they turned the friendly fire off because there was too much of that shit going on. A lot of molding people regularly. How's it going, Dink Memes then? Hey, NextGen, hello. Capcom Games sales down 44% during first quarter financial year 25. Japanese firm says all business segments outperformed the company's plan, as its income drops 45% year on year. Is it time for some layoffs? Net sales down 32%. Digital content's net sales down 43%, net income 45% down. Insane. Firm said progress towards achieving the full year plan was generally in line with plans when it comes to its digital content segment. So they were planning on it already. MyDot Games sell off its donation alerts and boosty platforms. MyDot Games says this will allow it to fully focus on its top priority business, game development and publishing. Yeah, donation alerts is that fucking PPG shit that I use and that takes 10% fee. I wonder if it's gonna get even worse than by the end of the year when they finish the sale, but hopefully by that time, well, hopefully already like in a month or so, I'm gonna be off of that shit. A European gaming developer, MyDot Games, yeah. That's how they called now. And publisher says it recently reached a binding term sheet to sell its CBC subsidiary to a Broadsmart Group founder, Pavel Karaneka. The deal is expected to close by the end of the year. Sale enables to fully focus on his priority business, game development and publishing. The Nation Alerts is exactly as the name implies, helps streamers communicate and monetize across all creative niches. The Nation subscriptions, alerts and polls. Boosty allows fans to follow their favorite content creators, bloggers and streams all in one place. 2023 began a restructuring process that spun off the non-game development and publishing business of My Games and placed them under the management of CBC. I think it's kinda... part of the reason is they like removed all this is pretty much like My.Games is like Mail.ru. This is the Russian company. Even though now they kind of, you know, pretend they're not. But yeah, I think they just kind of like are removing all this like the donor and other services because they might be like something kind of that might get hit later by some sort of like sanctions aftermath, and it's just like a lot of risk pretty much running those things because it's like the payment systems and stuff to operate with them. They just kind of don't want to deal with this, especially since it's like one of the main the biggest donor platform and stuff for Russian streamers and everything. They just probably getting rid of it to reduce the risks for themselves later. I long wanted to expand my portfolio with digital business assets, and I'm glad to now have that opportunity with CVC. Living an era with digital content is an integral part of people's daily lives, helping them learn, express themselves, and monetize their skills and creativity. Boosty and the Nation Alerts have a clear potential, and I look forward to seeing how these platforms continue to evolve and contribute to the creative community under new leadership. We'll see. Hopefully I will be out of that platform though soon, because with those like 10% fees and other greedy shit, yeah. Good luck with the potential. CWA Union says it stands in complete solidarity with striking members of SAG after. CWA includes workers at Activision, Bethesda, Blizzard, Sega, Tender Claws, and ZeniMax. Fully support SAG after demand for explicit enforceable language that ensures all video game workers are safeguarded against potential exploitation and displacement caused by AI technologies. Decision to go on a strike is never an easy one and is always the result of management refusal to respect workers' most pressing demands. Statement adds that as workers in the games industry, CWA deeply understands how critical it is to protect our creative talent, and that doing so will strengthen the video games industry as a whole. It's our passion and labor that have enabled the video games industry to become one of the most profitable entertainment sectors globally. His fellow video game workers recognize the power of collective action and raising standards for workers across the industry. I believe the union contract is the most effective way for workers to establish protections against the potential risks of AI. That is why we are united in the struggle to establish protections against the misuse of technology and improve working conditions, address ongoing layoffs, and more for all video games workers. Call on all workers to stand with SAG after members and encourage other video game workers to organize. Together we can continue to produce high quality video games for our fans and ensure our creativity and skill are protected. Well, hope that will lead to some good stuff, man. I do hope so. Yeah, this one we saw already. Faces Supermassive Games, Dark Pictures Anthology, the curator dies aged 67. Budman. So that on the Game Informer leftover articles. Xbox One update failure raises awkward questions about the future prospects of console hardware. Well, there go another one. We were talking earlier about, you know, the software. The software of the past, you know, going in the future. Now we also have the issues with hardware. A Digital Foundry finds original Xbox One consoles running pre-2018 firmware may no longer work. There it is, making 2013 era systems unusable. Try to update and use 3 separate Xbox One consoles. According to its own testing, all 3 failed to update as systems operating on older firmware revisions are out when connected to Xbox Live. There it is. True, Oxer, true. And not gonna be the next gen Xbox console. There will be. It's gonna be different though. It's gonna be either like handheld or it's gonna be like cloud, primarily cloud only, or some sort of like hybrid device or something. But yeah, there's gonna be one. I think there will be. But yeah, I think at this point they already realized or should realize that they are not just competing with PlayStation like ever. Like without exclusives, you just plain can't. And which exclusives, man? They're already like not making any games almost, like outside of some third-party things. So, and I mean, good. I'm down with that. No exclusives is my jam. I love that. I love that. All 3 had been updated since 2013 launch. One was running 2018 dashboard, 2 others dashboard from 2017, and none of them were able to download the latest firmware, either online or via an offline USB. Iponsi. Well, see, these apparently you kinda can't update. At least some of them. At least some of them. At least some of them you can't, actually. Players purporting to have purchased sealed as new systems are similarly reporting issues, which means anyone trying to play Xbox One console with dated software will not be able to access Xbox Live or make any digital purchases. Similarly, games that require an online check will also not work. Polling its own readership, Digital Foundry believes only systems with firmware from 2018 or newer are affected by the issue. It seems the newer 2016 Xbox One S hardware remains unaffected. Confident problem will be fixed. Hopefully, man. Hopefully. Exclusives don't help when they are not that good either. True. In terms of games and hardware preservation, along with ownership rights, the idea that the working console can stop working is a red flag. It's a warning about the future operability for any console that requires an online connection. And the reminder that while you may have bought a piece of hardware, you can only use it as long as the platform holder continues to properly support it. Yep, true. If it's happening now, what about 10 or 20 years in the future? You can take an Atari VCS out of the attic after 40 years and assuming there is not a hardware fault, I can pick up and play. Or if a retro enthusiast wants to do likewise, they can buy original hardware and the games and have at it. Nothing can take those games and those experiences away from us. True. I agree with that. We already had like the conversation about the preservation earlier today. And yeah, I do agree that there should be some regulations with that stuff too. That's the answer I see. Crazy, this problem already exists now. Yep. And what extra crazy is that those problems exist now. But they don't exist with things that were out, you know, like actually long time ago. Like stuff that was out like shitload of time ago, well, like, yeah, console's still working, you have like cartridges and everything, you have a TV like that with like SCART or something, sure, there you go, you can play it. But the problem's already like this rising up now, and they're rising up with stuff that was out, you know, like less than a decade ago, basically. Same with like the licenses in the games, right? Like the music licenses and games getting removed from the stores and stuff. That's usually like things that were out like, well, maybe not 10, but like 20 years ago, right? Like some GTA games and stuff, like Mafia and everything. Like, dude, what a time to be alive, huh? No, see, Steve, I see, huh? Nico Partners, East Asia games market generated $30 billion in 2023. Research also found that 97 million players in Japan and Korea play on more than one platform. Some graphics, not really. Expected to decline 2.9% in 2024. Mobile was the largest segment, accounting for 68.4% of revenue in the region. More than 70% of Japan mobile gamers and 90% of South Korean PC gamers are playing across multiple platforms. Overall, 39% of all Japanese players and 58% of all Korean players play games on at least two platforms. Research also found that over 31% of Japanese gamers and 40% of Korean gamers watch game live streams, with YouTube being the most popular platform, followed by local platforms such as Soup in Korea and Nico Nico in Japan. So live streams they mostly watch on YouTube and their local platforms. Interesting. Twitch is not even mentioned. Well, I mean, technically, officially, Twitch is out of Korea, though. Maybe that's why. Notice a large increase in gamers reporting to play on more than one platform in the past year. Some of this is due to availability on consoles in Japan after scarcity during the pandemic, and some of it is due to more games being developed for multi-platform use that drive engagement on console, mobile, and PC. What is most notable is that in East Asia demonstrated that cross-platform games lead to higher engagement. Higher engagement with cross-platform. That I think because, again, also live services become more prominent. Because, like, why would you, like, if you have a choice, right? You play, for example, like on mobile, right? Like, I don't know, you kind of like sit at work with a lot of like downtime. So you like play on mobile and then you come home and you play like on console or on PC, for example. Like, which one you will pick? Will you pick like different live services then? So you like play one on mobile and then one at home on console, or you play like live service that you can play on any platform you want, anytime you want. I mean, the choice is obvious. So for live services, I think that is really important, yeah. Well, actually, I guess for single players, it doesn't really matter that much. With a single player, you just kind of like done with it and forget about it. But yeah, for live services, the cross-platform is important, in my opinion. And the cross-platform like matchmaking and everything is also really important. Like when you try to actually, you know, like play some games with people on different platforms, that is always a pain. Different regions, different platforms, different servers, it is always just kind of like, dude, like more issues, eh? Fable developer Playground Games appears to have opened third studio. Damn son, someone is not actually laying off people. Discrepancies between its website and LinkedIn suggest Playground has added another Leamington Spa studio. What's with this Leamington Spa place? Is it like some sort of like like some sort of like special, you know, like tax regime territory or whatever? It's like a lot of companies there somehow, I see. Yeah, the special taxes area or something. 2 world-class studios in Leamington Spa, US. One is original headquarters, a new studio on the other side of town. Notice that there are 3 HQ referenced above, and our new studio is on the other side of town. Not clear when the third studio was opened and how many staff work as based there. 40 plus vacant positions currently advertised on the studio's website, including openings for artists, engineers, animations, and QA staff. Advertisements intimate the team is presently recruiting for its upcoming Fable game, as well as for its Forza franchise. Twitch staff fear further layoffs. Damn, what a twist. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy has shown a little tolerance for unprofitable business, WSJ claims. According to Wall Street Journal, streaming giant is demonstrating slowing user growth, intimating more cuts may be ahead. If true, these cuts will come on top of layoffs in March 2023, October 2023, and January 2024. Damn, the layoff streak. The hype train, choo-choo, during which at least 900 people were let go. According to WSJ parent company, Amazon remains apprehensive about the live streaming company's profitability. And while its revenue is not public, the WSJ has seen internal documents that suggest it pulled in around $2 billion in advertising and revenue in 2023. Despite that, however, Amazon is still losing money, so they still didn't make profit whatsoever, dude. Amazon chief executive Andy Jassy, who took over in 2021, has led a profitability review at the company and shown little tolerance for unprofitable businesses. Consequently, staff inside Twitch feared the service could become another zombie-branded Amazon, similar to Goodreads, which Amazon acquired in 2013. An Amazon spokesperson told WSJ it has always taken a long-term view of Twitch and noted its ability to attract harder-to-reach audiences. The company said it remains confident in Twitch's potential. It also pointed to its lack of competition in the live stream space. Imagine like it's gonna be like with Game Informer. It's just like one day you just like, you know, like going into your bookmarks and stuff, do like, you know, pressing like twitch.tv, and there is like nothing. There's just a placeholder like, yo guys, we've been with you like for so long, it was so nice, you know, keep the passion going, goodbye. Well, that would be a turn, man. That would be a turn. That would be quite a turn of events, man. Back in January, Twitch CEO Dan Clancy said, as with many other companies in the tech space, we are now sizing our organization based upon the current scale of our business and conservative predictions of how we expect to grow in the future. So yeah, that is what's happening apparently. Slowing user growth, and more cuts may be ahead. Well, I mean, I kind of like was ranting on Twitter about that one too already, because that's the topic. That's the topic I kind of do like to rant about when it comes down to Twitch and stuff. But yeah, there's like nothing really surprising with that one though. Nothing really surprising. My opinion is always they just should focus on what they have. Like they always like try to like go for more. They try to like, you know, to bite more than they can chew pretty much, which I think they kind of don't need to. Like they literally have like no competition in live stream space whatsoever, like what at all. Like Kick is just basically like fueled by the crypto gambling. Like if there will be no crypto gambling money, Kick will just like die instantly because they don't have any like revenue whatsoever. YouTube doesn't give a shit about live streaming. They not upgrading that side of the company like at all whatsoever. It just exists because, you know, some people just have the channels there already that are going, and they just kind of like use that platform. But usability and stuff on YouTube is like really bad. What else we have there? Facebook, I think, kind of gave up already. Well, there is obviously all this like alt-right stuff like Rumble and everything. That shit is like very like niche already. Like they ain't even like competing, I think. And there's like some like Korean platforms that like Africa and everything. I think that it renamed for international. I forgot the name though. But yeah, those are like super small and super niche still. So like it's like they're literally in the lead, you know. Like when you're like in the lead already and everyone behind you, you just kind of like, you know, not try to go for another like sprint that you don't need when you kind of risk, you know, just kind of like, I don't know, like falling, spraining your ankle, or like just like, you know, losing the breath and losing your energy, like, you know, unoptimally. You just kind of like get the steady pace, you know, and just keep going. And when you see someone catching up, then you kind of like add the energy, right? But like otherwise, just kind of like take the stable, you know, approach and just like improve what you have already, like get better position there. What about the infinite growth? Yeah. Kick is just a resort for the band. Sorta. They give people a reason to spend money. Yeah, like I do think like the third party influx, like 7TV just kind of like broke that shit in my opinion. Like Franker Faces, Better Twitch, they were like, you know, they were still like, I'm not saying it's like bad, but it kind of like completely broke the meta, you know, like like the Better Twitch with the Franker Faces, they kind of like they were chill with that. Yeah, like 50 emote slots, you know, like and done. Franker Faces didn't even have the gifts, still kind of doesn't, right? Like, so you have like kind of like this like still limited pool of everything, and people still were using sub emotes. People just because it was kind of extension of the Twitch sub slots, sorta, right? And then 7TV just like rolls in, and like you don't even need sub slots anymore. Like no one's fucking using sub emotes anymore. There's like an emote for everything. I went today to remove the dog emotes and on some replacements and some new emotes, and there's like EM, that's an emote already. Like M is an emote. Like, you know, is an emote. Like anything basically is a fucking emote now, and it's like in trending and everything. Like people using it already. Like you can't even type shit in chat without like catching some emote there at this point already. Yeah, who needs those sub emotes whatsoever? Like who's gonna be subbing for that? That's killed. That's dead pretty much already. Nothing they can do anything about. Like I'm not calling for them, you know, for Twitch to kind of just like block all third-party things. It's just kind of like cultural thing, I guess, happened or something. But that happened because Twitch was kind of slacking with this shit, in my opinion. They were like so behind on like the user, the UI, the quality of like the user experience that like someone else took over and just, you know, kind of like ruined it, sort of, I guess, in a way even. Made it like so good, but because they don't care about the business side. They just like, well, I mean, 7TV is making money off of that though anyway, so they kind of fine with that. At least they make some out of it. Yeah, but Twitch is only losing. But yeah, there is like not a lot of reason. Like the thing is like bits. They do add like a lot of like a lot of things to do with bits. Sure, all right, fine, they do that. But the core issue of the bits is that, if I remember correct, it's like around 30% fee or something. Like you want to get bits to like to meme around, right? Like, and it's not even like the streamer eats that fee, which also would be bad, but at least that would be kind of hidden, sort of, right? But like it literally upfront, the viewer eats that fee. Like you buy bits, you want to kind of have $10 worth of bits, but you get 7. And you instantly kind of see it and you just don't feel good about it. Which, I mean, in general, 30% fee is ridiculous in my opinion. That's too much. So when people want to support someone, they just go for donos instead of bits. Most of the time. Yeah, I guess the money, yeah. See on the dog shit emote, no way, yeah. It's not even like, if it will be like people care less when streamer eats the L, right? Eats the fee. Like they subscribe, they spend $5, like, you know, they don't care the streamer only gets half or something most of the time, right? But like here, they see upfront. It's like not streamer losing 30%, it's they losing 30%. Streamer lose 30% too, of course, right? Because they already get less. Like you wanted to donate 10, but ended up donating 7. So just kind of, it feels worse on many levels. Like you kind of like get less bang for the buck. Like you want to like, you know, to impress the lady, for example, right? And stuff. And you just donate like 100 or some shit, right? Let's put it that way. Let's put it in Pipiga terms, you know. And then instead of, you have the biddies, and it's like only 70 then. That's less. That's not as impressive, man. That's not as impressive, huh? You want to go big dick there, the big money, and they cut 30% off you. So it's like even like the perceived value is less, and the actual value is less too. Like with sub, at least perceived value is big, but the actual value is less. So that was always like an issue with bits for my taste. Like no matter how much, like how good will be the implementations of a new feature with bits, like people will still kind of dislike them because, yeah, you just lose too much money on them. Like I don't know why. I have no idea. Could be some like processing fees and stuff, but like none of the processing fees take that much, dude. It could be like 5% or something in total, sure. Like, okay, 10, like, let's go, like, full, you know, like, already, like, over the top. But, like, 30? No, dude. That is too dank. Unless maybe some of that changed, but I remember like back in the day it was like some ridiculous percent there. Okay, that's why people like barely use them. It's like people barely use them, and then when you use them, like all the chat also gonna beam on you, which is also kind of like part of the cultural shit that I don't really like on Twitch. But yeah, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. And I think that's what also kind of like part of the issue with just kind of like focusing all your kind of like they basically put all the eggs in like the same basket, sort of like all the spotlight is going on just a few channels on the platform, pretty much. Like the biggest channels, they get even bigger. And that's where all this culture kind of is getting like, you know, eroded on Twitch, like, you know, community. Like the Twitch before was amazing, and that was way more profitable. It still kind of wasn't profitable still, right, for them. But actually, I think I remember before they sold to Amazon, they actually managed to reach profitability. And that's why Amazon actually bought it in the end, because I think they managed to run at least like 1 year or something. They managed to reach the profits and everything. And then after that, it kind of went downhill after the Amazon. So I'm not so sure exactly what happened there. But I think it's partially also because it was the community center. Like you had like a lot of streams. Every stream had the community, you know, like supporting streamers and stuff was like completely fine and normalized. And that's when, you know, like people were using the subs and people were subbing. When the gifties arrived, people were gifting a lot and everything. And that what was bringing money to Twitch, because, you know, they do big cut on the sub money, on the sub revenue. That's their biggest cut, really. So like if someone, you know, is like promoting the subscriptions and stuff and getting like a lot of subs, they kind of make good money out of that. But none of the big content creators do that anymore. They don't even like recognize the subs. They don't like call out the subs and stuff. Like Ella still does. I respect that. But like a lot of like big streamers, they don't even do that anymore. Like they don't have any, you know, like maybe there will be some like name, you know, like appearing somewhere in the corner, but like there's not going to be sound. They're not going to be like calling them out or something, which I mean I also can understand, because if like some like really big streamer will be doing like shout outs to subs, they're gonna just like shout out to subs through all the stream pretty much, right? So it also kind of makes sense, but that also doesn't help Twitch's case though, because, you know, like there's less motivation for people to subscribe and like support millionaires at this point. And Twitch constantly tries to pump more and more audience to those billionaires who don't care about the Twitch anymore, and they don't monetize with Twitch anymore. They monetize with like sponsorships and stuff. With Twitch is also which Twitch did fumble already before, because again I think they were too greedy on their bounty board. So when like the sponsored streams were be done through Twitch, that's easy money basically. But they were also, I think, putting such high cuts on that people instead like they were getting like they were seeing the sponsorship opportunity on bounty board, like I don't know, like some MMO, like Genshin Impact, for example, offers you a sponsored stream, and they were just directly, you know, reaching out to Genshin Impact, you know, guys, I saw you kind of like want to do some sponsored stream with me, yeah, let's do it, sure, just without Twitch, you know. You pay less, I get more, everyone happy. And that's why like bounty boards, I think, I don't know, but I think they kind of like died out already at this point. Even though they again could kind of like make it way better if they would be less greedy, because that would be like a really good feature for everyone involved, really. Well, except maybe again for the big streamers, because they all have management companies and stuff that find sponsors for them anyway. But if you kind of smaller one, then like having Twitch, you know, do that for you, that's normal, right? Like if they have a reasonable cut, but they offer you like a lot of like different like sponsorship offers, and they would be able to do it like more precisely, because, you know, they know all your numbers, they know your like audience, they know like, you know, the kind of like the stats of your channel, the view counts, everything, how much you stream, when your peak times are, you know, who watches you, and everything. They know everything. They can provide like really precise targeting for the sponsors, and help, you know, kind of like smaller content creators and stuff to find those sponsors too. But too greedy for that, I guess. Still there, but people who use it were unhappy. I see. I haven't heard about it in a while. But I mean, I guess I'm not like really like watching that much or at all nowadays, so I haven't heard about that a lot. But I think a lot of streamers nowadays, especially the big ones, they all do the direct sponsorships. Like no one's doing the bounty board anymore. I think it even didn't really leave some regional restrictions. Like in some, like it was only available in some countries basically, like not globally. So it was kind of like this like beta version that never actually went to release, I guess. Let's see what I say. Oh, in this sense, well, in this sense, that's just the usual. Oh, Yo Boys' meme segment now. Yeah, yeah, and that is also, in my opinion, like part of the cultural issue on Twitch. Is like everything that is like, you know, support the streamer making money and stuff became just kind of like something negative, something, you know, you need to shit on and stuff. Like sponsored stream, oh yeah, millionaire wants more money, you know, like that kind of stuff. Like, and yeah, that all, and also streamers in turn also started kind of like follow that culture because that's their viewers, right, and stuff. So they also kind of like, instead of like, yeah guys, you know, I'm kind of like making money here and stuff, and yeah, got sponsored, and that's the game I'm gonna like check out and stuff. Like they also kind of start like following with those memes, like, haha, yeah, you know, yeah, we're just gonna play it a little bit, yeah, I'm not, that's kind of meh, but you know, they get paid and stuff. Kind of like, you know, like trying to minimize, you know, like the damage, I guess, let's say, of the people who kind of like started shitting and hating on the stuff, because they're gonna shit and hate on everything. Whenever you kind of want to make money, everyone's gonna be molding about it. And that reminds me of the old times, for example, when like I remember like chat literally like spamming Ella to like run odds whenever he was going out, like AFK to like the toilet or something. The people were actually like, run odds, man, do it. Or like people like hyping up the subs in chat instead of like going like, oh, -$5, you know. When people hyping up the donos and everything, also when people nowadays just go like, oh, just waste like we wasted money without like running some TTS, Le Funny TTS meme or something. People bitch about everything now. I mean, true, yeah, I guess. Sigas the bunny, see. Yeah, I mean, kind of true. That is true also. Well, it's also kind of like some, like, it also goes all in perspective, I guess. Like, if someone can, like, play some mobile game on stream, fine. They never maybe played it before, but, like, they can play it and just get, like, really solid chunk, you know, that will help them kind of, like, to sustain the channel and everything, then, I mean... Alright, fine. You know, in some cases, kind of get the bag. When you already have like 10 bags, then, you know, maybe you should be kind of more picky with stuff like that, to be honest. Nobilius was really a bot, he has a script running. I mean, he also is sitting there, but he has a script running. That's the old school thingy. I had one back in the day too. Until Twitch like changed some stuff, and I just kind of like couldn't be arsed really to get into it again, to fix it. We all had, no, not all, but there was a lot of people. Like back in the day, like whenever you sub, there was like a few automated hyped ups and messages, and then some other people were also joining, you know, like spam some Pablos and everything, for example. Everyone had some copy pastas going for it and everything. Those were the good times, man. Those were the good times. And like, if someone like complains about it, you know, I would take like some copy pastas for the sub over like, you know, just like the wall of like emotes for everything, to be honest, you know. Yeah, I would say like the bag is also, you know, kind of like subjective in that sense. Like if someone can get like a really like solid like amount for like, you're fine playing some like, I don't know, like mobile game or that they usually wouldn't probably play, that I kind of like would be okay with that. I still try to avoid it myself though. Like I do, like most of the, it's kind of funny, like it's whenever like email like sponsored opportunity, and I'm like, oh, all right, let's check. When you open, it's like, we are the NFT, you know, game. All right, that goes to the trash bin, you know, or like, oh, it's a mobile, or like you see something like kind of cool and everything. Then you look more and it's like mobile, and you like kind of, I mean, looks kind of cool though. There was like one like post-apocalyptic one, I don't remember. Looks still kind of cool, but then I look deeper into it and it's like not just mobile, but it's also like gameplay is like completely different to how it looks, you know, on the pictures, and I'm just like, you know, goodbye. Hey, Selpo. Something kind of cool in its artwork and not in the game. Yeah, exactly. Like so far, actually, like all my sponsorships basically were Total War Rome, which I would play any like Total War. I mean, I played. I mean, usually I kind of more into Warhammer though, but Medieval is also fine, I guess. Uh, Dying Light twice actually, and it's good. Like the second time they sponsored me, I actually like played Offshore like a shitload. Like the winter event, I grind the shit out of it. I still didn't progress the fucking story at all, pretty much, out of like sort of like this intro area, but I still grinded that shit. And then it was Bulwark, that was also nice. My jam, Forgotten Minds, also nice, also good stuff. And another one I was kind of like I agreed upon, but there was like the PPG in charge of the campaign. Basically, was the Wild Bastards. It was already agreed upon everything, all good. And then I'm like, well, guys, like I want to warn you, I can't really receive, you know, like the pay normally yet. I don't have the bank right now, so like you need to go through this third party thing, just as Bulwark did, for example. They didn't mind. And these guys were like, kind of like, first they were like, oh yeah, sure. And then they were like, when we were already like signing contract and stuff, I guys remember I said this stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Is it gonna be like kind of considered donation or something? I'm like, no, it's just, I'm gonna give you an invoice from the company and everything, all like good and proper. And then just like silence. I'm like, well, I guess they just kind of, you know, decided to nope out. And then like, night before, I think, or actually no, not even night before, like the day when the sponsor stream was supposed to happen, and they're like, well, are you doing it? I'm like, dude, bro, I thought you kind of already like said no and left. Like, why didn't you, you know, message me about it or something? I don't have anything for it. You didn't even send me shit. They obviously didn't do it in the end. And that was PPG. That was PPG. Play Red Shadow Legends on stream, be better. You be getting the big bag up front. Well, I mean, you need to be up front with like hashtag ad and everything. Absolutely. You do need to be like that. Did you get you earlier, they quack? You die. Proven he's a human, and Anopelia was in my channel multiple times. He actually even like supported me with the donors when all the like, you know, the shit broke out and everything in 2022 and stuff. And as soon as I returned my dono button, he also like dropped a pretty big one. So probably not a bot, or a very generous bot at least. Array has been dried out for a while. A lot of mobile stuff, it's either like a lot of like complete like dog shit dropping sponsorships, like really like predatory and like the bad stuff most of the time, or it's everything that's more or less decent kinda. They just took another approach. They all kind of go like, yeah, there's the sponsorship, but basically you need to have the player to, you know, like level up to level 69 and do this like side quest in the bumfuck nowhere, all that while like doing a handstand, and then you're gonna get $1, you know. That's pretty much how it goes nowadays. I see, I see. That's pretty much how they go nowadays. Like you have like a whole bunch of different lists, like the checklist basically of what people needs to do for you to get like some sort of like laughable pay, pretty much. Level 30 on screen tracker, yeah. Like some actually streamers, like what my brother told me, like he watched some, like they literally had like have like the community that they pretty much just I don't know what they do or something, but they pretty much just like give this like check mark list, you know, and they pretty much like hype up their community, like, yo guys, yeah, we're gonna be doing this. All you need to do, like, you know, just like get this like level 10 or something, and they're gonna get the bag and stuff. Yo, let's go, let's do it together. And they actually like farming that shit. I don't know, it just kind of seems, I don't know, weird. The stream widgets and stuff. Yep. Exactly. So yeah, you kind of need to have like a very special type of audience and kind of very special type of stream, I guess, too, for those kind of sponsorships. Like the only one I was actually kind of like, I you know, kind of like thought about it was fucking World of Tanks. I was like, well, I kind of played that shit, and I actually kind of like sometimes miss that shit. But then I was, nah, fuck that. Nope. That was the only one, I guess. Kind of like borderline. The borderline one. And yeah, they, as I said, Twitch just missing that opportunity to go there. And back into the swamp, yeah. The Ragnarok Online odd, yeah. I mean, we like for the European server launch, like they just kind of were big about it. Like we contacted them, I think, with Trize, at least to get like, you know, premium account or something for your streamers and stuff. There's a lot of games just don't understand how they fumble that shit. Like Fallout 76, for example, also like. Your premium account is like, you know, it will make it look way better on stream even. It's like literally just like providing better version of the game to the streamer. Like, you know, like a lot of people probably gonna watch and will be like, oh man, like the farm is going pretty well. Oh yeah, that looks good. Like I'm gonna try it, and then they try and they like either gonna realize, I see how it is. Well, fuck that game then. Or they're gonna be like, oh, okay, so you this guy like paid this like a premium account or got the premium account for free, and that's why he's doing better. All right, well, fine, I'm gonna get it or something. And no 10-day early start plus premium for streamer months. 10-day early start is trash though. That I absolutely agree. Like, no. It's just kind of like the premium stuff that just looks better on stream, and like those streamers probably they're gonna buy that premium, I guess, right? If they're playing regularly, like sure, that kind of makes sense. But like for example, with Fallout 76, if I had the premium constantly going, I would be like popping like in once in a while more regularly, more often. Because right now I don't want to. I just kind of like, whenever I do, I just feel bad because it's just like all this, like the lack of those premium abilities is just like, it's not crucial. It's not really like making game bad or something, but yeah, it's just like way less pleasant to play. Like way less. But the early starts are trash, absolutely. Like I really dislike that thing. I really dislike that thing. The only kind of like okay way for that is like the early access, so you can like make a review and then like for example drop the review as soon as the game is out. That's kind of fine. I'm okay with that. In some games, I guess kind of like Hooded Horse does, for example, it might also be kind of good because the games are like, you know, kind of complicated, kind of like deep, right? So you kind of like, if you want to make the decision, like, you know, if you want to get it or you don't want to get it, you kind of like want to look into it more than just like review and stuff. You know, you can watch more because they usually allow you to play something like, well, with Manor Lords, we got we could stream it, I think like 2 weeks prior, I guess, to release or something. And in that sense, I think it wasn't too bad actually, because like you could actually like for 2 weeks pretty much just watch a bunch of different streamers and get your opinion on that sorta. Like I like in single players, I'm kinda a little less annoyed. Like the thing is like it's kinda like again blame the game in this case, not in this case it's the other way around. Yeah, you blame the game, not the player here, because like if people getting the early accesses and stuff, then everyone will want to get this early access because, you know, if you're late with your content and stuff, then you, especially like if you're kind of like on the top, right? You're late with the content, you kind of like missing out big time. So like they're gonna pick it no matter what, like because that's everyone's picking it. Like either everyone should pick it or everyone should refuse it. And obviously, like if everyone are gonna try to decide that we're gonna all refuse it, there's gonna be one guy that will decide to pick it and take up the advantage of that, you know. That's always the case. A daily login and limited drops and stuff? True. With MMOs and shit though, like anything multiplayer, I think the early access stuff is absolutely bad. Like that shouldn't be a thing. Like that I actually dislike, even for content creators. Like I really dislike that. I also kind of dislike the patch servers, like the test servers and everything, but I don't know how to avoid that. I mean, I guess the only way to avoid that is just to have some sort of like Giga NDAs. Like the only people that will be available to play on test servers, they are not able to post anything even for some time after it released actually. Like then maybe that would work. But yeah, I'm not sure how to actually work with that. Because that I really dislike in MMOs. Like this actually ruins it so fucking much. It's insane. You literally just like get a new update, but instead of being kind of like hyped about it and exploring it, you just get like already like even before it's out, you already get like all the guides on it, you already get all the playthroughs, you get all the like, you know, like, and basically everyone already who's tryharding, they expect you to know everything. Like no one wants you to go do it as exploration because everyone already watched the video, they know everything. They want you to know how to like, you know, how this boss fight works and what you need to do. I dislike this so much, it's crazy. Yeah, Raiders. Yeah, exactly. That's how people go. Yeah, they already like they gonna play. And the thing is like it has like multiple even layers now, right? Before it was just like kind of like these like in Ragnarok, for example, that was the case. Like some like super try hard people, they would like play on like Korea, for example, and they know like, you know, like few updates ahead what's gonna be happening, and they would just like, you know, hoard those strats. They learn something, how to do some shit, like some cool build, some cool strats, how to level. They're gonna get their guild to do that. They're gonna like hide that secret. They're gonna use it. They're gonna get like stronger and stuff, right? Like it's the sweaty stuff, basically, yeah. But that sweaty stuff, like, I mean, it kind of does affect you in a way, right? Especially if it's like guilds with PvP, for example, and they kind of strong because they know what you don't know and stuff. But nowadays, it's not even hidden. Nowadays, it's kind of like all over the place. Like they don't go to like those servers to learn to be sweaty. They go to those servers to later, you know, get the videos out and get the money out of it. So they want actually other way around. They want everyone to know about it. Which kind of good because everyone gets access to the information, right? But would be kind of nice if we would learn that information, you know, while playing, to be honest, in my opinion. If everyone would be on the equal footing that way, that would be kind of way better. Yeah, Throne of Liberty is like completely, like, that's gonna be the same as with Lost Ark release in Europe and stuff. That was already, you go in, and everyone is already like watching guides. There's already like a whole bunch of like dedicated content creators and stuff who already like, you know, like figured it out and played like on like Korean server, then on Russian server, then now on European server, and they already like know everything, you know, back and forth and like sideways. That's gonna be the case 100%. Just ignoring everything on purpose, kind of the same for me, to be honest. I actually kind of like, well, I'm not sure if I'm gonna go into it, and that I guess kind of helps, because like I didn't look any like tier lists, you know. I don't care. I just kind of like, if I will play, I just probably gonna go like it. Even though it's still, even then, I kind of like want to look up some of the information just to know, so I don't like level something that will be completely, that is also a thing, right? Because like the meta, the tier lists, it's like, it's not it's like if you don't follow, like you can't not follow the meta, basically. Not because like you can be like, yeah, I just do my own thing. I don't care about the meta. That's cool on you, right? But the thing is, like, you're also probably not gonna be getting the group invites and everything, because like, oh yeah, I saw the tier list, your class fucking sucks, we're gonna get someone else instead, you know. Or like your build is not on the meta tier list, you know, so we're gonna get someone else instead. You have also to deal with this shit. That's serious, I see. Happened to you in World of Warcraft in the New World even? Damn, even the New World, holy shit. Sweaty MMOs where nobody knows anything past the tutorial. That was like the beauty of Ragnarok Online. Dude, like, finding some of those like strats, that felt fucking good. Like, there was a moment when I got like, I realized that the guys, twin brothers in my coding courses, who also were studying in the same school as me, but 1 year older than me, I realized that they're guild leaders on my server Ragnarok Online. And I joined them, and they were kind of like, you know, like tryharding the PvP stuff, the guild wars and everything. And boy, that was like something. That was like a new game. Before I was like just playing like, you know, casually sorta. And this was like, you know, we're going to do some strats and everything. We're getting the groups, you know, pulling some fucking tricks and stunts there and everything. Like that was something. And like, we go there, you stay on this spot, you cast this spell on this area, you put the ice wall here, You bring the mobs there, then you like then you completely cover them with ice walls. They don't go anywhere, and then you like milk it. It was milking the cow strat, for example, one of them. There was like a multiple different ones. We tried a bunch of different ones actually. That was really cool. Then some of that stuff was kind of like fixed slash nerfed, and well, those strats were gone. We will be looking for some new ones now. That was kind of fun figuring things out like this. Yeah, Steve, exactly. Like a lot of like the people who are like, I guess, actually like good and actually doing all that stuff on their own, they probably kind of like actually way less picky and stuff. They might be like, all right, this guy might be good though, right? Like maybe it's not the meta class, but the guy seems kind of like he knows his shit, might be good, and we good. So you know, worst case, we kind of just like carry sorta. Yeah, it's mostly just like they have more flexibility. They kind of know the meta not from watching videos. They know the meta by playing the meta and stuff, right? They kind of like they see things. They more flexible their mind with that. Like, all right, this is a bit off meta, but this might synergize with this class. This might work with this guy with this skill, and that will work good. All right, let's go. And yeah, people in the mid level, they just kind of like, oh yeah, that's not in the meta list. Yeah, fuck you, Letterman. You know, that kind of is worse. Still ask for proof of doing the content 100 times, I see. The fun in figuring things out, yeah. Destroy the experience for themselves, yeah, and you also speedrun the experience. You also kind of just speedrun it. That's what was also beautiful with Ragnarok. Like the actual, you know, process is fun. The process is where you get fun from the very beginning. From level 1, basically. Even though, like, early levels kind of suck, not gonna lie. They do. I do kind of like that they sped up a little. Early leveling is, like, faster now. I do like that. But then you still hit the slowdown later. But you just kind of, like, nowadays you hit the slowdown well when you already have a character. You already have some build. You already have some gear. You already use skills. Because in Ragnarok and the classic stuff, you just, like, level 1. You only just do with this, like, fucking really slow Pipirga stab that you also, like, die regularly and need to go back again. And then you do that for, like, days, basically. And depending on your build and depending on your character, and the more like PvP your character is leaning, the longer you're gonna be doing this boring fucking stab because you're not gonna have any agility. So mob is gonna be hitting you all the time. You're not gonna be dodging anything. Your attack speed will be low, and you're gonna be suffering until like few weeks in when you actually get like some skills to use and you finally like, oh man, that feels so good now finally. Now you kind of like have this like initial stage a little faster, but you still kind of like the leveling, the farming in process, that's the fun part. That's good. Because a lot of like, especially like Western MMOs, like they kind of like, well, you know, you need to like suffer through most of the game. Kinda, like through all the level ups, right? And you just need to level up. It's a pain, it's a chore, you need to do it, you need to get through it. And then you play the end game, which is like, you know, the fun stuff basically. And everyone is speedrunning it there. And then they kind of just hit that wall, realizing that, you know, oh, well, I mean, a lot of this end game, you need like kind of like, well, first of all, like some skill acquired during the process. Then you also need kind of like some gear that you're supposed to maybe acquire during the process. And then you also kind of, you know, need to have some friends and stuff to do, or some like guild or something to do that content. And then they kind of just like flake out and just disappear because like no one wants to do that shit. Because endgame is like mostly kind of like the dungeons and everything that you need to have someone to do with. Yeah, and then you have the selling the box level character boost, yeah. Like both approaches kind of have downsides and upsides, to be honest. Like the endgame stuff and the long leveling and kind of like long process of leveling, they all have like their own, you know, kind of negatives and positives. The worst one is like when long leveling is also combined with endgame. So you kind of like your chore just becomes way longer, but you still end up in the same situation when you like in the little endgame that is kind of like, well, what do I fucking do now? That's kind of how Diablo 4, for example, felt. You kind of like still, it's this like Diablo 3, you just like level fast and then you do things fast and then you kind of done. And then you feel like, oh man, that was like not a lot. And then you go Diablo 4 and you level to this 100, like a long time, like grinding and stuff. And then you realize that what you were doing and trying to reach that level 100, it's like, well, and now I do the same again, just for no XP anymore. And you just like kind of quit already because like, why? I just did that to level up. And now I'm gonna be doing the same, but for fun? Which fun? I was doing it for leveling up. That wasn't done for fun, and you just can't uninstall, basically. If you have to suffer for most of the game is shit. Yeah, that's what I like about Ragnarok Online, because like the process of killing the mobs is the game, you know. It's not like some like boss fights later and stuff. Like, I mean, sure, there's PvP and stuff, you know, all those things are there, but like the killing mobs and the farming for loot is fucking satisfying later, genuinely. At least in old Ragnarok. We'll see the new Ragnarok. I think they kind of like also like they hit another problem with MMOs. They hit the kind of like this what was the proper name of it, like not the borrowed power, but like they kind of hit the situation when they need to kind of make new content, but then that new content is like not that huge, right? Like some expansion, like some few areas with like a few bosses, a few different types of mobs. But they also kind of, you know, it's new, so we need to make it like good, so it's better than old stuff. So they basically like, by adding one new area, they invalidating sort of like all the previous areas somewhat, making them irrelevant sort of. And then you're just kind of like stuck in this like one area, and there's like less drops, you know, like you don't go like to some low level mob area, like easy killing those mobs just to get that 0.01% drop anymore, like because all the good stuff drops in that one area where you like get best XP, best loot, best money, best everything, and you just go there, and it's also kind of small, and you just get tired and bored of it. True. Well, you need to kind of, Ragnarok did it kind of right, like when they add some like expansions, especially like massive changes in the game, like new classes, new tier. Yeah, like first class, second class, then you reborn, then it's again first advanced, second advanced, third class, and now it's fourth class also. So like those like big changes, they speed up the previous parts. So you at least kind of reach this new stuff faster if you just joined. But also making it super easy for people to reach the end game with everyone just leads to the situation when a lot of content that was the end game before and it was kind of fun and everything, it just gets kind of like thrown down the trash bin because like, who needs that anymore? We have new end game. Why do we need the previous end game? Throw it out. All the content down the drain. And you have this like one area, one dungeon that is like the pinnacle, and everything else is just down. Alienating to new people with so many layers, sorta, yeah. But nowadays, at least you go through those layers fast. At least. Like, you get to, like, first, second, reborn, first, second. You do that, apparently, according to people, like, if you kind of, like, know what you're doing and do it fast, you do it in a day. In one evening. Well, day, let's say, I guess. Then you get to the third class. Third class already is, like, more fun. Third class is already kind of, like, longer process. That will be a month already on the third class probably, and then you already can get to the fourth class, and fourth class already can go probably for a long time. Literally remove old content from the game, yeah, or that. Like, it's tricky to hit. Like, Ragnarok actually experienced like a lot of that stuff in like over like 20 years already. Is that there was like renewal mechanic, right, when they like changed everything. Literally, like XP tables, drop tables, mob spawns. Like, you play on classic server, you play on renewal server, and you like go in the area is the same, but like the mobs are completely different, for example. Or you remember those mobs, they were kind of like pleb mobs that you were like destroying, and you go there and they're now high level mobs that you farm at the high levels and stuff. And like all the things like changed completely, mechanics, everything. And then there were like some like new like restarts of the game with like some hybrid mechanics and changed mechanics. There was so much stuff going on about it, and like some private servers obviously with completely custom things and everything. Like it's insane, man. But they did go through a lot of those like attempts how to like salvage all this shit. And I do still think that the classic one was like the best in that sense, but the classic one was a grind. It was a grind, and a lot of that grind was like in the kind of boring stage of your character when you literally just like suffer playing. It's like a pain. You don't use any skills, it's just auto attack, and it's a slow, annoying auto attack, you know, and you just kind of like the only hotkeys you press is like the hotkey with like healing items that you also need to somehow fucking find money to buy and everything because you constantly get hit because you picked, you know, like PvP build or something. 2,000-hour veterans watching new players deep through. Yeah, that's when we played with like with Rizza and stuff, and people were like, "Man, yo, you like 1 month to like to get this like max level." I'm like, dude, I played for 3 years. I didn't reach the first max level, and there was another second max level. You reborn, do first class again, second class again, but with 2 times or 3 times amount of XP. I didn't get even the first, you know, the very first one back then on over 3 years. I obviously like switch servers, switch characters in that time, but I never got it. I got level 96, I think, the max what I had out of 99. So I got 96, and to get 99, you get the same amount of XP that you had from level 1 to level 98. I didn't even get to 98, you know? And then you reborn, and you do it again, but with 3 times the XP. And then people were like, damn, the month to level? I'm like, bro, you don't even know. Like, I'm playing this right now is just kind of like relaxed mode, you know? Like, in a month, you actually kind of can do like a level a day or something. Like, I did like, you know, 10% of XP a day back in the day. So that was ridiculous. That part was ridiculous. Even though a lot of things were kind of cool, but I think also a lot of things from the classic Ragnarok is also the, you know, it's just the spirit of time. When like people were playing differently, we were different, you know, playing like on the landline basically in the group, you know, as a support, as a healer basically, you know. We're different. There were different things. Those were different times. You no matter what kind of like classic you launch, it's not gonna hit the same. Like I'm not even gonna go play on classic because like the rate's gonna be trash. And even if you increase the rates, it's still gonna not be the same. 5% a day in the end game levels, and when you die, you lose XP too. Now, you could literally just like level for like an hour or 2, and then like, you just fucked up, died, and you lost all of it. Easily. Easily. And those were the days, man. Those were the days, but I wouldn't sign up for those anymore. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, I wouldn't sign up for that. And I wouldn't. See you, see. Yeah, but like when I was playing, server was already like it opened in 2003. No, wait. Or yeah, 2003 I think the server opened. I joined in 2004 summer, I think. Like it was out probably for a year or something. And I think only around that time there was the first level 99. Let's see, Steve, I see. Yeah, that is also kind of good thing though about those. Like in the you could achieve stuff, you know, like it felt good. Like nowadays everyone's max level. Alright, sure. Like maybe back in the day everyone's max level, but at least someone has like some giga sword there, and you see that sword and you know, oh shit, that's this sword from that like, you know, boss that is super hard to kill, or is the sword for like farming like 5,000 fucking like annoying mobs or something, right? You see it and you're like, damn son, that's cool. And now you can't even see that because everyone is like, oh, that's what is this? It's some like store fucking skin, I guess, or something, because there's like hundreds of those like store skins, all flashy with all this shit like all over the place, wings out of your ass and stuff, you know, like and smoke out of your ass, wings out of your back and stuff, you know, like some garlands on your dick and everything, and it's like, you know, like oh yeah, some sword from the boss. Like, dude, what is this? Like fucking toothpick or something. Look at my sword from the store. It's all like fucking shiny and huge and everything. Yeah, that mood is great. I like that. And I like Ragnarok because like you maybe not like a super PvPer, right? You maybe not a part of like some Giga Mega guild or something, right? But you could just like get lucky on some rare drop, for example, and boom, like everyone already knows you. They like see that you're like walking around with this like hat that is like super rare to get. Or you could just like farm. Like I basically was like a monk farming sleepers with one skill that was like really effective against them. I just had a shitload of money. Like I could just like get like some cosmetics, for example, in-game cosmetics, by the way, right? That were expensive, and I could just like sit in the city and feel fucking good, you know? Maybe implore that. Yeah, you're making a name for yourself by achieving something no one else did. Yes, that was beautiful. I think that is actually like something that a lot of like games miss nowadays, like MMOs and stuff. Because a lot of like we lost that sort of, because a lot of the stuff, instead of being like the rewards for the boss fights and the raids and stuff, they just became cosmetics in the store. And like they put more effort into those cosmetics because they bring them money than into the cosmetics that, you know, reward people. And that sucks. That I think is that actually kills the motivation to do stuff. It actually kind of like makes, yeah, it makes it just kind of like super casual little shit pretty much, which is less relevant nowadays. Like just hanging out in MMOs, it's already like only for like some old school boomers that just kind of like hang out of the force of habit. I think new people, like new players, they don't do that anymore. They have like Discord, you know, all those like some like group chats and everything somewhere. They don't like go just to hang out and just sit in there like bought skins anymore that much. Let's see, let's see. Yeah, I haven't played World of Warcraft, but like, you know, like back in the day when I still was watching Twitch and was watching Osman, when he was still, you know, about games and about World of Warcraft, I guess, like it still was interesting for me to listen to, even though I have no idea about World of Warcraft. But I love MMOs and I played a bunch, and I kind of understand everything and all the sentiments I had. And whatever it was like, you know, like talking about all those like Scarab Lords and things like this, like I understood that, I felt that. Because like all those things, like it's so like it's always so cool, man, like to have those things. And then even when the new content drops and stuff, right, like there will be like something like new to farm and stuff, but it's still gonna be, oh, it's that guy who did that thing, because you see it and you recognize it, and it's like, oh, this is not just some weapon. That's also what I kind of like the New World to some extent, but not exactly, right? When like early, before the crafting fiesta starts and stuff, everyone just like farming the bosses to get some specific named weapons. And you just like know when person has that weapon, you kind of can usually see it. Or if person farming that boss, you know that what they want to get, right? And when you get it, it feels good. That also was nice. And just like, you know, like those like faceless, like, you know, like triple bloody, you know, what did we have in like the Fallout, for example, with legendary, right? You have like some bloody fast reload, you know, minus bots, legendary that has no name, nothing. A boss waking up 30 campers in his house, yeah. But that's what I also liked about New World, actually. That part I did really like. Like camping for bosses and everything. Like I like that shit, man. Those things are nice. Like you don't really like. It's kind of like the beauty of it. Also, you don't really do a lot of action. You basically just like spawn camping the boss, for example, right? But it still feels kind of like good and productive, because while you're at it, you just like chat, for example, right? Well, like with Twitch chat or like in-game chat or something, right? Like kill some mobs around, you just kind of like kill time basically, and then like you kill the boss and like, oh, I got a drop. Feels good, huh? Oh yeah, Otan, yeah, true. Yeah, like some people you just recognize the name. Like some people on the servers, you knew, especially if you kind of like get a lot of on MMOs, in Ragnarok, for example. Like I go to the forum to the trade because that was a thing too, right? Back in the day, no auction houses and stuff. There was like you could put your merchant, and you also like had some trade threads on the forum. Basically, if you kind of like one of those players who has a lot of stuff, right? You have like, you know, like the whole your own thread that you just put. Oh, I got like this dropped recently, selling for that much, you know. And you already know some of those people. You recognize, oh, it's this guy. Yeah, I saw him like selling that stuff. Masuto, let's see. Yeah, some I remember. Some guilds I remember. Like some of those guilds actually from back where I played. Some of those guilds like actually like went for like many other MMOs too. Yes, Dave. True. I do agree. Also, yeah. Like you like this things that you like can achieve. They motivate you. That's what like why Ragnarok also, especially the classic one, was good. Is what I also liked is like the loot drops for all the mobs for example, like the loot tables. You go leveling somewhere, you know what to expect, you know what you can get, and you kind of already in your head, you know, like, all right, I can farm here, maybe I'll soon will get this thing to drop, and this thing I can sell for that much, and then I can buy that, for example, right, or I can use it or something. That also was really nice. Still is. Like that's like, for me, in Ragnarok, that's the best currently. Like back in the day when I was still, you know, like into guilds, I was a guild master at some point, like the politics, the War of Imperium, this kind of stuff, that was really cool. But nowadays I kind of rather not. Even like later down the line when I was still playing, I just preferred like to sit on defense in the castle so I can like AFK most of the time. But like with the farm, the grind, the getting of those super rare ropes, like that is still like, that's why I returned basically to the game, sort of kind of feel the gameplay, of course, too. But like the main thing is that the drops. Like you get something super good. Like I'm also like emotionless, right? Usually, so like I'm kind of like, oh, nice. And like you watch like Triza, for example, and it's just like, you know, like losing his fucking shit. And he was also at some point that like got like one of the cards to drop, and he's like, why are you so fucking cold, man? It's insane. Addicted to the drops, need the fix? Nah, it's just kind of like, I like the game. I want to return, not exactly even like it's the overall feeling, not just the drops, of course. Like there's a lot of games with the loot and stuff, right? Too. If game has that, like 76, for example, actually I think kind of gets me that way, because like you you hit the end game, right, in some games, and then you kind of have like this like best in slot stuff. It might be hard to achieve, right? But like you probably eventually will get that, like the best in slot, and that's it. It's over, sorta, until like the next update or something. You kind of like decked out fully. It's over. In some games, it's like it's either like impossible or it's like really hard, but it's hard not in the way that, oh shit, I need to like grind it for ages, those mobs, to get this thing. It's hard more kind of like you have this like RNG stuff, right? Like really low chances. Like in 76, getting like the perfect roll, for example, is really hard. Even though 76 kind of started changing it, and I kind of do like it, because you kind of still can have like really solid, it's still the same as New World too. You can have like really solid drops from the bosses or from the mobs. You know, you go there, you do that content, you're gonna get this drop. And this drop will be almost best in slot, for example. If you work on it a little bit, almost best in slot. But for best in slot, you need to kind of grind until, you know, like a whole bunch of different legendary affixes align and give you like a best in slot. But then in 76, you get best in slot like rifle, and then you kind of like, all right, that's best in slot. I just put it in the box, and then I get like some like submachine gun. All right, now we're gonna go and try to get best in slot submachine gun, you know, this kind of stuff. Yeah, the gameplay, I feel like in a lot of like end game focused MMOs, the gameplay itself is kind of not that bogey. Yeah, I do think so. Like New World gameplay actually is really nice. Even just farming mobs is satisfying. But like the farming mobs is worse in New World though, I have to say. Like if it did also have this like loot tables and like really rare drops in New World, like dude, I would love that shit. But the New World, you just farm resources, which is kind of like fixed drop, basically, right? You farm resources, and then you craft other resources out of those resources, and then you just try to craft the weapon and hope that the weapon get the good rolls, and then it's your best in slot stuff. I think that's how it worked, at least when I played. Not sure about nowadays. So like I don't like this system when it's like, you know, you just get like some, you kill orc, you get like the orc thing or something, and then you just get like 100 of those and you get some item in exchange. I rather would have, you know, I kill 100 orcs and they didn't drop fucking anything. Well, no, they should drop something at least, because if it's completely nothing, it still feels bad, though. They should drop you something you sell to the store, for example. Maybe on the 5th orc, they will drop a shield or like an axe or something, right? So you kind of still feel a little good, but not as good. And then 101st orc drops like something really good, and you feel super good out of it. It's kind of like mid-maxing, you know, the dopamine. But you also enjoy the process of killing stuff, though. Like, the gameplay is nice. Just walking around, killing like mobs, even like some noob mobs, it feels good. In a lot of like kind of like Western MMOs, you just kind of like ESO I played recently, right? It is just kind of like the gameplay loop is the same, but like it doesn't feel satisfying to kill regular mobs for the quest. You just want to kind of like sometimes ignore them completely, just go to the quest and finish it. Bosses, sure, bosses kind of more satisfying, but the regular mobs, not really. In Ragnarok, it's kind of like sometimes even other way around. It's more satisfying to get like this like crowd of mobs and then just dispatch them like with some like tricks and everything. Like as a mage, for example, back in the day, like vertical firewall, you know, like all those things. That was really cool. That was really satisfying. The Giga Weapon of Hell sounds better than Weapon Plus 9. Yeah, upgrades, I'm not a huge fan, though, not gonna lie. Upgrade systems, I'm not that huge of a fan. It is a way to kind of make the best in slot, you know, rolls even more trickier to achieve. But I'm not a huge fan, though. Unless it's kind of like some sort of like, you know, like more humane system. Like Ragnarok upgrade system is atrocious. It's super bad. Like you already like, you know, locked out to get some like item, or you actually even paid for some item, for example, like we did with the fucking backpacks, right? And then you try to upgrade and it fails and it breaks, and it's just like, bro, it just kills your progression and kills your hype, you know. You kind of like, all right, oh, this sword drop, nice, but now I need to farm 10 more because like 9 of them gonna break an upgrade most likely. And you just kind of like, it's POG, but it's way less POG because it's not over yet. You still need to get lucky on that stuff, and that luck doesn't feel as good. Buy break protection, yeah, like that is not like that system. The upgrade system is already not to make people play for long. It's to make people pay, basically, I think. That's when it already started going into that direction more. Like when there was plus 10 in Ragnarok, that was kind of bad, but it was kind of okay because like you had a choice. Like you have like super epic Shield of Death, and you can like upgrade it like to plus 4 safely, but everything after has a chance to break it. So you kind of like, okay, this epic Shield of Death has like some other abilities and some other features. So I'm gonna like keep it at plus 4. It's not like super crazy, but it's decent enough. But then you could also go like the regular Lidl shield, but you're gonna farm like, you know, 100 of them and you upgrade it to plus 10. And now it's already like pretty much kind of the same stats. And that's kind of fine. That system was kind of alrighty. So like if you actually have the epic Shield of Death to plus 10, then it's like, damn son, that's quite something. But you still don't really need to. And then they added, you know, like plus 15, I think it's even more than plus 15 now. And yeah, like all these like chances to break, and they added motivation for you. Before, like plus 10 was basically you deal more damage or you take less damage, right? Like, and not even like crazy much. I mean, solid, but not super crazy. And quite often the main weapons for a lot of builds were like actually weapons that are plenty. Like some like, for example, 3 slotted weapons, 4 slotted weapons to put more cards in. They were kind of cheap and easy to get, so you can upgrade them en masse, no problems. Getting plus 10 was easy. But then they added like more rare, more expensive items, and they added those features like, you know, like if you use that item when it's at +9 upgrade, it gives you some extra benefits now. So it's not just, you know, about some defense, some attack. You lack some defense, you lack some attack. It's not that big of a deal. But here you already lack, you know, like huge chunk of things because it's not +9, it's +8, and it's already not good enough. And they started kind of pushing you into this, like, to go into this chase for the high upgrade values, and that's where you also chase, you know, like, chase the microtransactions, because otherwise you're gonna break all your shit. Yeah, exactly, fam. That's what where we kind of like started sorting in a way here too. You just kind of like had something that is cool. You could be cool just by, you know, doing stuff in game. You could no life a bit, you could get lucky or something, right? Like that was nice. That's something that you don't see nowadays much. Because like all the cool stuff you basically get from the microtransaction store. Yeah, you get cool by swiping. Yeah. And that is already not cool. People already like also got this like banner blindness, right? When everything is like super like flashy and cool, nothing is cool, you know. And then it's like everyone is just like this gray mass, or rather really flashy, colorful mass, you know. But you kind of don't distinct like, oh, what is this? I don't know. Like, is it like from some boss? Is it from the store? Is it from like some battle pass or something? I don't know. World of Tanks in the nutshell. World of Tanks, even World of Tanks had the medals and stuff. You could still kind of like flex something. Like I forgot already the name of the medals, but like I had the medal when I did like 13 kills, I think. Yeah, 15 in the enemy team, and I got 13 fucking kills. Like that felt good. And the new overpowered tank, that I'm not sure nowadays, but that was actually like only a few of those, and even those were kind of like overpowered for some time until people figure out and meta changed a little bit. Usually, actually, they were kind of like not that poor. The only thing you could kind of swipe for is, yeah, to expedition your progression and some extra golden ammunition, which at least you can buy with in-game currency, and you always kind of have some with you. Like I always had some. Whenever you get in some like sweaty moments and stuff, you switch to golden ammunition, just because I don't trust your fucking RNG. I'd rather just get some insurance here, you know. I need to hit this shot. I need to not ricochet or something. Serious as I say, yeah. Yeah, they had increased rewards. That was good, yeah, for sure. That was the main thing. Like you get the premium tank not because you know it owns. You get it because it makes money. You get it just to farm. It's the farm vehicle. Yeah, the only one was the type 76 or whatever. I don't remember. Like one of the first Chinese that was in the game. That was basically kind of like a really low profile, impenetrable turret tank. That one was and really good mobility and everything. That one back when it was just a tier, like everyone wanted that shit. They never sold it anymore, but everyone wanted that shit. Then after some time already, you kind of like learn how to deal with this shit, and you at least kind of already like, whatever. The guy who swipes. Okay, let's get back to Tangent, man. The Tangent again, the classic. Can't go without the Tangent on Sunday. Gonna get some MMOing. We go back to Ragnarok in November, most likely. And maybe we'll get some Throne Liberty too. Who knows? Who knows? EA Q1 results exceeded expectations despite 30% drop in income. Revenue was also down 13% year on year. And the net bookings decreased at 20%. So EA kinda sucked, but they planned it. Well, I mean, I kind of believe that though, because there was pretty much like no releases from them, I think, this year, right? So that makes sense. Now I want Ragnarok soon, soon. Yeah, I hope I will keep, you know, like the hype going though. Like right now, I'm like really excited, but I don't want to start it here now. And don't want to. The stream guild for ashes. We'll go there. We'll go there. We'll go there. The problem with them MMOs, like more people like do that. Like having some other like I was always like hyped like Tree's gonna be joining also because we can like do our community guild like in Ragnarok again, right? And there will be like plenty of people actually playing to get the groups going. But he's just like not really that much into MMOs. Maybe Ragnarok he will join also for some time, but like anything else, I really doubt it. And like for me alone, it's just kind of like we don't have enough enjoyers, man. I need like a huge channel for that, or just join with someone also who plays MMOs to have like the, you know, the biggest guilds there going to do all the content. That would be beautiful, man. I would love to. Oh yeah, they only had the Kenzera, yeah, and that one didn't even like do that well. Activision continues to boost Xbox revenues, but hardware sees further decline. Microsoft expects content and service revenue to grow in next quarter, but forecasts lower console sales. Yeah, I mean, who's buying this nowadays? Revenue up, operating income up, net income up. So like the software growth is pretty good then. Software growth is good then. Only had one new software during last quarter, Ninja Theory Hellblade 2. Success in other fields, such as the Fallout TV show, which stands as the second most watched Amazon Prime Video series of all time and boosted the number of hours played for Fallout titles on Game Pass fivefold. Damn, son. Not bad. Olympics reportedly dropped Mario and Sonic games in favor of mobile NFTs. Ah, damn, the choice of exquisite gentlemen there, I see. Basically, IOC wanted to bring it back to themselves internally and look at other partners so they would get more money. The 2024 Summer Olympics kicked off in Paris last week. First, there was no Mario and Sonic game available. First time this happened since the original release in 2007. Over the past 2 decades, there have been 4 Mario and Sonic tie-ins for the Summer Olympics plus 2 for the Winter Olympics. But this year, instead of Nintendo's Sega title, IOC released Olympics Go Paris 2024, free-to-play mobile and PC title developed by Enway, which has previously worked in various Power Ranger games. Olympics Go allows players to compete in 12 sports and unlock NFTs from the Paris 2024 digital pin collection. Damn, son, wonder how successful that is, man. US Senate passes online child safety bills. Damn, the new MMO build. COSA and COPA 2.0 could impact games platforms significantly. Oh, damn, sound action is coming. COSA would introduce a duty of care for tech companies when it comes to kids using their platforms, requiring them to have stronger regulations to avoid cyberbullying, sexual exploitation, and more. The bill would also see users have to prove they meet the platform's age requirement to avoid minors using products they shouldn't. Ah, there we go. I wonder how will they do that. Huh. Gotta get like the post sending your IDs to Twitch or something, boys. Meanwhile, COPA 2.0, nicknamed as such as builds upon the 1990s COPA, would ban advertising targeting minors as well as their data being collected without their consent. Wait, can they even consent though? It also aims at giving more control to parents and their children who could ask for their information to be deleted from social platforms. We'll see. Entered its August recess week early means it won't be in session until September 9th. Well, the lobbyist's already sweating probably. Let's see the agenda, I see. I wonder if they will try to like reject that stuff. Bungie lays off another 220 staff, acknowledging it was overly ambitious. 155 people also moved to Sony Interactive Entertainment. Another 75 again are moved to work with PlayStation Studios. So they basically moved almost everyone, though. That's not too bad. That's not too bad, then. 17% of its overall headcount. Oh, additional 155 roles. All right, so it's not out of those layoffs. So 220 is actually layoffs, and then 155 moved to Sony and 75 to some Sony studios. I'll see how it is. That's more brutal. Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn passes 500,000 players, and Kepler confirms the action RPG has 500,000 new members of the Coalition army across PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. Well, according to some rumors, there might be also some layoffs in the studio developer, because this 500,000 was reached with the Game Pass also. And apparently it's not as impressive, eh? I see what I say. Mobile developers describe working with Apple Arcade as very difficult and a long process. Developers note issues with poor tech support, response times, and discoverability. Oh, discoverability, eh? Well, favorite topic, man. Indie developer alleged that they had to wait up to 6 months to get paid, which almost put them out of business. And not for Apple's position to pay well and offer generous advances, some studios would not exist today were it not for Apple funding its games. Halo Infinite, damn. Maybe. Meta records a loss of 4.5 billion in Reality Labs during Q2. Holy shit, it's just the Q2 they lost $4.5 billion on VR. CFO expects operating losses to increase meaningfully during 2024 due to ongoing product development and investments. Expenses in this segment increased 21% year over year to 4.8 billion due to higher headcount related expenses and Reality Labs inventory costs. It's just salaries and stuff. Total revenue at Meta increased 22% year over year. So like taking this huge massive fucking L for years, they still increasing everything else though. Like holy shit, man. I guess they can afford that then. If they still growing in other shit. Nintendo Q1 profits declined 55% as the Switch nears the end of its life cycle. Hardware sales were down 46.3%, while software sales decreased by 41.3%. Damn son, even Nintendo suffering. Everyone's waiting new Switch now already. It's time. Standard model moved at 530,000 units, a light 330,000 units. I mean, not too bad, not too bad. Switch 2 will be nuts, probably. Well, I mean, I don't know how nuts it will be actually, you know, as a console, but it sure sell good. It sure will sell good. Scalpers galore too, probably. That's why they try to address it by making a shitload. We'll see if that will work. But they plan to just get so much that scalpers just not gonna have, you know, any business going there, basically. Might be window, might be. Intel announces layoffs of around 15,000 staff. More than 15% of its global workforce affected as part of $10 billion cost reduction plan. $10 billion cost reduction plan. I mean, Meta just, like, wastes the half of that in a quarter. And you just want to, like, you know, come on, dude. Assiste, I see. Majority of layoffs will be completed by the end of 2024. Resizing and refocusing again. Classic. Intel's annual revenue in 2020 was about 24 billion higher than it was last year, despite its workforce being 10% larger. Intel posted quarter 2 2024 revenue of 12.8 billion, a decrease. Then they dropped 1% of revenue and decided to just like cut 15,000 people. Holy shit, alright. Ikagi, hello. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet sells 25 million units. Released in November 2022, games are the third in the Pokemon franchise to pass this milestone. Man, it was like almost 2 years already, holy shit. Gotta feed the shareholders, yeah. Paradox Interactive delays Prison Architect 2 indefinitely. Developer can't commit to a new release date until a scope of work needed to be done is assessed. And they already refunding pre-orders and everything too. So this one kinda not looking good. Yeah, they already did ditch the Live by You somehow. I have no idea why they are doing all this stuff. So I kinda have a feeling maybe they will just ditch the Prison Architect 2 and just like focus on more DLCs for 1 or something. I don't know what's the plan, dude. But yeah, Paradox is suffering. They already were like 90% down with cancellation of Live by You. I wonder what's gonna happen after this one. Shortly after the studio changed. Oh yeah, true, they changed studio not long ago. US game spending had a 5% decrease in June. Elden Ring returned to the top of US charts for the first time since May 2022. Elden Ring. Damn Kingdom Hearts all of a sudden. Well, I guess just the Steam release or something. Still was at number 8 last month though. Call of Duty. Hogwarts Legacy and the non-existent game. Minecraft, Luigi Mansion. Helldivers drop-in. FIFA even in the US now in top 10. Holy shit. Integral Masterpiece, yeah, no idea. Maybe it's like some sort of collection there or something. The ESO. Huh? I guess the expansion. Xbox Game Pass will receive a Mafia Definitive Edition on August 13th, it is claimed. I think they did confirm that already or something, wasn't it? Trademarks suggest Starborn is Starfield's second expansion. Damn, Pog. I guess we'll see. There's like a bunch of the claims and stuff that is like there's nothing even to read sometimes. It's just search engine optimization text, just you know, to add some meat in the bones there. Content warning gets lost patch for a while. Devs planning new ports. So like the hype wave is over. Time to wrap it, boys. The latest patch live, introducing a range of bug fixes and quality of life changes. However, devs say it will be the last patch for a while. Content warning and creatives have prior commitments to another project they've been working on with another team since 2021. The nature of that project currently unclear. Dev son. Yeah, so I guess the hype kind of like died down a bit, you know. Cutting it now. Modern Warfare 3 sees influx in cheaters following an Xbox Game Pass debut. Damn son, the Game Pass endures with them cheats. And most cheaters appear with the Xbox logo in the game lobby. What a twist. With Xbox logo though, in the game lobby. Cheaters. Oh, I guess Game Pass on PC with the Microsoft Store still probably also shows as Xbox, I guess, I assume. That would make no sense. Cheaters on console, I mean, possible, but like, that totally wouldn't be a lot of them. Yeah, there's the Astrobot Dual Sense controller. Gotta get one. I gotta get one, Steve. Man, I hope my D-pad actually will still... Like, dude, my controller is less than a year. This fucking left D-pad already last week and Dragon's Dogma was like going PP again. I don't know why, actually. Like, it was working, but like kind of weird. I hope not preparing to die on me, dude. In less than a year. PSVR 2 gets $200 price cut. Damn, son. In the hopes to move units. $349 now. Damn, son. And MetaQuest 3 is $449. And now you also can connect it to PC, even though a lot of features not gonna work there. Let's see, window I see. They cut a bunch of features there, though. When you play it on PC, but yeah, I mean, currently, if it's like the best on the market, then maybe that will actually work. Horizon Call of the Mountain VR bundle on sale for $400. PlayOn will publish Marvel 1943: A Rise of Hydra. That's basically the THQ boys still. At least one of their sub studios, so they get the Marvel now also to do. Fallout London devs promise a fix coming for the biggest issues. We'll see when. I so far have no problems really. I managed to battle my way through about 20 minutes before I hit a crash loop that never ended. It might be kind of skill issue though. But I mean, some people do have like a lot of issues. I think Ed was also like tried a lot of fixes that I did, and I don't know how in the end it worked for him. I guess we'll hear tomorrow maybe. But yeah, some issues are there. I so far had one crash in 20-something hours at this point, one endless loading screen, and one quest I needed to solve with the console help. So kinda not that bad, I guess, but we'll see. The Tens criticizes Riot for using lower-end PCs during VCT competitions. Damn, son, Riot's going cheapskate mode. Investing in lower-end PCs for their competitions. Tens compared the situation with his days as Counter-Strike Pro, where their PCs were outfitted with the best CPUs and GPUs and came with the monitor with the highest refresh rate. Damn, son. Off-brand monitors that are 2 generations behind. Understands that purchasing a bunch of high-end PCs costs a lot, but if I can fund that from my bank account right now, then sure as hell Riot can do it. Damn, son. This has been a complaint against Riot for so many events, and they yet have to make any moves to remedy the situation. At the same time, he's almost certain Riot uses the same PCs for Valorant and League esports competitions, and the company might be trying to min-max the cost by using the same hardware for both games. However, he added League can run on a potato, but Valorant is different. Is it really? Wasn't the main advertising point that Valorant can also run on a potato, really? I guess obviously, like, if you want to run it on like 200 FPS and stuff. But I mean... Well, I do kind of agree, right? Like, it's their game, their esports event. Might as well, you know, kind of, you know, can invest into that stuff. But also, like, every team is in the same spot, right? In the same situation. So it's kind of like, at least it's kind of fair, you know? Like, no one is at advantage or disadvantage. Everyone plays the same stuff. I guess kind of lame though. True. That's kind of like an interesting question though, because like if you have like specifically like the same spots in where you do all the championships all the time, then I guess it's kind of not a problem, right? Like invest into some dank stuff and just have it there and, you know, stream there and everything, play there, do championships. But if it's kind of like, oh, like, yeah, this year our like world championship is in like China somewhere. Like another year it's somewhere else randomly. And then like, carrying around those pieces with you, it's kind of not really feasible because like the transportation expenses is gonna be also like fucking huge then. So you kind of every time you need to pretty much just kind of like get a whole bunch of like new pieces and stuff. Which I mean, I don't know, I guess if it's like on stage and there's like only 2 teams playing like 10 PCs and everything, yeah, I mean it's a lot, but it's fucking right, like. And after that, you can just kind of like, like get the players, the winning team or someone, just like sign them PCs and everything and just fucking auction them out or something, like for your profit or for like charity or something, done. Damn, win a stake.com deposit bonus. Holy shit. Let's fucking go. The fuck? They got some interesting sponsors there too, I see, alright. Time to switch to Kickstream, let's go! Subnautica 2 images spotted in existing game. Eagle-eyed players spotted images of Subnautica 2 in the current game, and the moderators on Reddit have confirmed that these images are indeed from the sequel. New images were found in a time capsule in Subnautica. So they were there already for a while. May or may not be others to find. Discover Subnautica 1 screenshots for the upcoming game. 3 images spotted so far. It's the curious, like, did they add them later or like were they there for like a while? That's kind of cool. PlayStation email possibly teases Secret Agent Clank is coming to PS Plus. Premium subscribers can enjoy a Summoner, Secret Agent Clank, and Jeanne d'Arc. This appears to be an accidental reveal. A banger PSP game back in the day, I see. Could be, somebody could be. There he is. Dr. Disrespect was just an influencer from Midnight Society, studio claims. Oh, so he wasn't one of the founders and everything. His job as an influencer was to bring eyeballs and community to it. Knew it was the right decision after talking everything over with the whole 4 of us. We made agreements on what our principles were and are as a studio, and his actions don't align with our principles. I brought into the fold to exploit his 4.5 million YouTube subscribers. Damn, the wording, man, the wording. Mafia Definitive Edition comes to Xbox Game Pass August 13th, alright, confirmed. Someone is suing FromSoft because Elden Ring is too hard. There it is, man. The Elden Ring player seems resolute in their desire to sue From Software. Posts online which were recovered by MP first talk of content being hidden behind a wall of difficulty that even the most skilled players won't ever reach, thus making the game either half unplayable or inherently unfair. It's a bit wild, eh? Taking From Software to court on September 25th based on the following. My Elden Ring lawsuit that claims we have only played half of From Software's games and the whole new game is hidden inside and that it's too hard to access for even its most dedicated fans. Yeah, that's some skizzer stuff right there. True, so true. Yeah, apparently this guy already tried to do that stuff before with some other From Software games too. Yes, Isubian, I see. Oh, there's probably plenty of people. Amazon still isn't making money from Twitch report claims, huh? Well, we already talked about that one at length. Kai Senat's team hit with a minor message allegations. Another one, dude. Holy. Kai Senat's cameraman, known as Chris V, had been knowingly messaging a minor in 2021. Per the claims, Chris was inappropriately messaging this individual despite having been told she was only 17 years old. What's with all the people, man? Reach out, the person showed me every single thing. It's confirmed. They're sick and tired of having to do shit like this. Oh, when they exploded a bunch of fireworks in his room. Yeah, that was the setup. That was Mr. Beast, I think, setting up the copy of his room, and they just fucking exploded the fireworks. Yeah, it's like the Beast. Well, speaking of Mr. Beast, yeah, he's also like, who was that? Like, no operator, like assistant manager or whatever. Also with some minor allegations there. Like, dude, what is up with that? Why are people so pipiega, man? Why are people so weird? Why? Get like the DM or something on Discord and you just like need to like talk with them and, you know, like be weird with them. And the shit like that, yourself a big hit. I mean, I did have like, you know, like some like girls that I was like chatting before streaming and during the streaming and stuff, like from the channel and from other communities back in the day. But like, I don't know, like you just kind of like know, I guess, so, like at least kind of like try to figure out before the chatting goes anywhere, who you chatting with, you know. That's it. That's pretty much it. Not to mention, like, you know, like what's even like I mean, I don't know, like I remember my youth, you know, like dating and everything with the girls in that age range when I was also the same age range, and that was already fucking boring to me, man. Like, why would you do that when you like, you know, 20 plus, 30 plus? Like, I mean, it's there's like nothing there, nothing interesting whatsoever. Like, why would you even like chat them up or anything? I don't know, man. Weird. Oh, that is weird. J wasn't wrong. Oh, yeah. In that sense, he actually very smart. Yeah, he just doesn't really interact with like any ladies online. That's it. And yeah, I think that's really smart. That is very smart. It just saves you a lot of efforts and a lot of nerves later. For anyone who doesn't know, well, I mean, that's the thing, you know, you need to kind of like, to know someone, you need to start talking to them, right? And communicating with them. So that's a bit of an issue, right? Unless you already kind of, yeah, just go full, like, to be honest, like, that's me, really. Like, I don't, like, the only people I like, basically, like, chat, like, even, like, looking at, like, my, like, Discord, like DM history, for example, is basically like, what do I have there? Yeah, it's like pretty much all the people I know like for years. It's like some of the, like, what do I have? The recent ones even. My brother, Trizze, Rev, the community influencer manager from one of the publishers, Steve, Guaco, my mod, Peppo I also know for years, Face, Rygen, and Trax, Morale, Ella, like, dude, it's like all the people, like, basically, yeah, just kind of like don't really, and all those, like, for example, Ella, we Well, I messaged really pretty much a year ago already at this point. Actually, no, a bit less, a bit less. So yeah, I just kind of like don't really chat with people in general much. In the general much. So yeah, I guess I kind of there too. I guess I am kind of there. It was until 13, yeah. I was doing the flossing with the Fortnite backpack. That was 5 years ago though. I guess maybe he already grew up since then. Like when I was a mod and stuff, yeah, I was kind of like more chatty also. Now, I mean, that was kind of like experience, right? I just kind of like started like using Discord and stuff, just kind of like started, you know, being like a part of international community. Yeah, I was kind of like hanging out with a bunch of people from the community or playing games together, like voice chatting and stuff sometimes. And there were some like girls that were maybe like, you know, chatting, going a little more, you know, into some angles, but those were like, you know, actually some of them were even like older than me, to be honest, and you know, and I was already old, really. So that was safe in that sense. And when I started, I just already kind of like didn't really even have time to chat with people that much. So I am not really going into that, and I think you kind of shouldn't, yeah. And most of the people, it's kind of like, yeah, like people I already know for years. A lot of people like I know from like from the IRL, from conventions and everything. Yes, Imagine, I see. I think there was a lot that actually I think was even like in the previous case. That was the thing. It also was like some sort of like event for 18 plus only, but not the previous one. I think it was another case too. That happens a bunch. Yeah, like a lot of them just lying, and like yeah. Well, the thing is like if you can prove that they're lying, that's a different story. But the thing is, like, apparently, like, this 17-year-old also, like, lied that she's 18 plus, but then she also revealed that she's 17, and that didn't stop him. So that's already going into different category, you know. Yeah, but since I've been paranoid with that shit, I see. Fishing for info if you're uncertain. Alright, I see. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Too busy gaming, yeah, I kind of like the theme in that sense. I'm in general not really like, you know, into like the direct messaging, voice chatting and stuff. Not really. Like it's either like my IRL friends I hang out with mostly, or like some group chats that I don't mind, like server, right? My Discord server, for example. I'm chatting there regularly, no problems. But direct messaging rarely. Like I literally, like I think like the most of all the people, the most I like probably chat with like Trizzy, I guess. And even that we don't really do like that much. It's mostly just like every once in a while, like he like sees something, like some like studio, for example, like some, like he sent me a like someone was looking for more like streamers to send their game to, right? Like sometimes he like literally like sends me like the Skull and Bones opportunity, right? Sometimes I send like when I found the photo from DreamHack, for example, that was cool. I sent to him also like the old one, some nostalgia there. So yeah, it's just basically just that. And like with streamers in general, like a lot of people don't really even chat that much. And my DMs with Ella, for example, is pretty much just me like wishing him happy birthday every year, and like every once in a while, maybe when he like drops, you know, like some big donor or something, and I like, you know, I'm not really like super emotional, right, and things, but like I do feel really grateful with all the donors, of course, right? And like when he drops like some like fucking big one or something, I just like sometimes just go like message him, you know, directly to say thanks also. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just kind of like one-sided, sorta. Last message from Bella, I think in my Discord DMs actually from 2022, I think, when I wish him like the happy birthday, and he was like, oh yeah, like, dude, thank you so much, how are you doing? Like, and we need to catch up, and and then silence, you know, like, I mean, that's kind of how it goes with streamers, man. Everyone is just like constantly, permanently fucking busy and stuff. Everyone's having like different degen schedules and stuff, or not degen schedules. Everyone is like When he's off, I'm streaming. When I'm done streaming, he starts streaming. You know, that kind of stuff. It's like always all over the place there. Always all over the place. Alright, muzikus. And music is on. Alright. Alright. I do something wrong, it will be on you. I mean, yeah, true. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, you need to be also kind of like, like, mistakes might happen. Like I said, they could lie. Yeah, there could be 18 plus event and they are not 18 or something and you didn't know. Like, that happens. It's all about, you know, did you stop or not? Because I think both in, like, in the dog's case, I think, like, there was, like, they specifically said he knew. Like, that previous guy, like, he was lied first, but then when he learned, he didn't stop. And I mean, I think it takes, I guess, like a little bit of life experience and everything to start understanding those risks sometimes, you know. Like at some point, like when I was first year streaming, right, and going to the TwitchCon and stuff, I took a fucking whip with me to, you know, all the spanking memes. I thought that would be kind of funny, you know, to do all that stuff IRL. And then I was just kind of like, well, with the help actually of my ex, basically, who also was one of the online girls, who was just kind of like, you know, that might actually be not the best idea with that, dude, you know. If you're gonna do that and then someone, you know, like at some point will decide to turn it on you or some shit, or like in general someone will see it as something wrong or weird, maybe that's not the best idea. But yeah, maybe that wasn't the best idea. Stupid fucking mistakes, man. Well, I mean, the different, you know, grade of mistakes. Like sometimes, yeah, sometimes you do think with it, and sometimes you get misled. I guess if it's 18 plus party and there's someone and you just assume, like you can't really always, I guess, like expect that there will be like someone is after you. Well, I mean, it's a good thing to do it probably, right? To expect that and obviously always be, you know, like on the lookout. That's why I try to kind of like minimize on the conventions and stuff. I try to minimize all this like partying, and when it's partying, there's less alcohol and everything involved. Like if we're drinking, usually if we drink, we're drinking a DreamHack and stuff. That was like in our B&B home with the boys. Fine. Yeah, actually, exactly. I do think so. I do think so. And yeah, you should control yourself with alcohol and everything. Always. Always. Because, yeah, drinking is on conventions and everything. I've seen things, you know. I've seen things. For me, it usually goes like kind of like yapping ways. Actually, I think it was after the TwitchCon partner party. It was like me and Mexican Runner, I think. We kind of like ended up on the same train together. I think... I forgot her name, actually. Like the Soul Speedrunners girl. Don't remember. I mean, that was like 5 years ago already. So we were just kind of like on the train, and we both with Mexican Runner were fucking drunk, and we were just like kind of like talking about, like, I don't even remember right now. Like, I remember not long ago actually what we were talking, but there was like some, like, you know, like some 5-head like global things. Basically, we were just talking about it, and then yeah, then we just kind of like pieced out from the train. all went different ways to our hotels, and it was fine. Actually wasn't even like that shit-faced, to be honest, because after that we also went with Guaco to eat some kebab with some more beers, and that was actually no problemos. So yeah, if you can't handle the booze though, or yeah, some people with under the booze influence, they want adventures, man. Like, I have friends like this. I think I've been in the same state once, maybe, when you just kind of like hit some like right level of like drunkenness and stuff, and you just want to kind of like want to go somewhere, do something, hang out with someone. Like, yeah, if you are that kind of person, just better control that. Probably, Ultan, probably. Microsoft's gaming ecosystem has 500 million monthly active users. Damn, son. Across all platforms and devices under that umbrella. I mentioned that the gaming content pipeline never been stronger. Insane. Microsoft CEO revealed how impactful Fallout TV show was. Are we gonna just say fivefold, which we already read, just this separate number for that? Hours played for Fallout games on Xbox Game Pass Sword, multiplying fivefold, billions of new players. Okay, so like nothing really new here. Fivefold we already saw before. First Descendant summer vacation skins are wild, eh? Oh, there you go. The Coomer galore continues, man. That's how First Descendant actually stays probably on top still, dude. That's probably the reason, man. Stellar Blade who? Yeah, that's... It's kind of like Warframe, but worse. It's kind of like Warframe, but with Booba, man. That's the secret. War is better, who cares? Booba, there it is, man. And people will be farming it. Fallout New Vegas developer Obsidian is working on an unannounced title. A LinkedIn page for veteran art director. Kabuki's profile now lists their new position as art director on unannounced title at Obsidian, dated for July 2024. No further details. Now that's interesting. Unannounced. What else can they have there? Sequel to Fallout New Vegas, dude. That would be massive. That would be massive. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. They really want some spin-offs, like more Fallout games. So could be, but wouldn't hold my breath though. Xbox reveals Gamescom 2024 details, bringing over 50 titles. Valorant. Oh yeah, famous Xbox title Valorant, Space Marines 2 and more. A wide range of indie selects, Squirrel with a Gun, Alters indie. That's kind of stretch, dude. Funko Fusion. Also wouldn't really, not sure like if something with the Funko license is considered indie, but I mean, I guess. Xbox also bringing specially constructed theaters to showcase its games. Oh, they had that in Russian conventions, I remember. Featured titles will include presentations of Avowed, Indiana Jones, and The Great Circle, and Starfield Shattered Space. Starfield Shattered Space will be in the theaters though, so you're not going to be able to play the DLC, I guess. College Football 25 wouldn't exist without AI, EA CEO says. Damn, son. Reality is, we had an incredible team working on this, but we had to get 11,000 new star players heads into the game. For those that don't track our industry or track our sports games in particular, we typically, in any given year, will develop about 500 to 1,000 star heads inside of one of our games. And over the course of a platform generation, through the hand tooling and of that, we ultimately fill out the full roster of star heads in our games. And of course there are ebbs and flows in that, but as we were launching College on a new generation of platforms to a new generation of fans with the world's largest single sport NIL deal, where image was a really important part of the process, getting 11,000 star heads into the game was a top priority. Our reality is our teams are incredible and build workflows to facilitate that, but they were amplified and accelerated through AI and machine learning, and we were able to take in a whole plethora of photo imagery across 11,000 players and build workflows out where AI and machine learning would generate heads. And our very talented artists would be able to come in and touch up and enhance those heads versus having to go through the full head development program. The head development. In the absence of AI, we simply would not have been able to deliver college football at the level we did, even though we'd given the team many years in development. But there it is. The AI already pumping. So they didn't even do any capture or something, just like photos basically. Interesting. Actually, I guess that for college, that probably wouldn't be like really that expensive and hard to get just like the capture properly. True, stay true. NZXT is bringing gaming PC subscriptions to the mainstream. Damn, the PC subscription now. Flex subscription service offers gamers more flexibility and choice so they can focus on what really matters, playing games they love, Cheapest plan, which starts at $59 per month, includes the Intel Core i5 CPU with the NVIDIA RTX 4060. For $119 per month, you can get AMD Ryzen 5600X and RTX 4070. For $169 per month, you can get Core i7 and the 4070 Ti Super. Dude, the fuck? That's actually expensive though as shit, like holy. Like in how many months you will kind of get like decent enough PC for that? Like something like that you probably can get in like 6 months of this, I would assume. Probably. So do you really need to? Kinda weird, man. That would be good for Riot though. They could get the PC for the dank PCs for a month, you know, run the championships on those and done. Now that would be the turn. Dr. Disrespect is already up to his old tricks on social media. Oh damn, there he is, dude. Posted an image today showing him playing chess against someone playing checkers. As a shot loaded with a thinly veiled meaning, suggesting that he's playing a much more complex game in the shadows while we are at the board playing something much simpler. Yeah, we were also minor here apparently playing against him, judging by like the angle and stuff. Soon enough, Two-Time kicked off his staple trend of being a brash loudmouth, of throwing back at some critics in the comments of his post, referencing one being woke and poking fun at another user's pronounce. Of course, this earned him a mixed response, with some die-hard fans rushing to his defense, while others stuck more to the lines of "nobody wants you to come back." Like, man, like what's the dedication of the what like people willing to die on that hill, man? Like, why? Why you even like care so much about the guy, dude? And like, why you defending some random dude who doesn't even know your fucking name, man? It's so ridiculous, dude. Especially after such a fiesta, man. Why? Why? Idiots. It seems like Doc is going to this, you know, like cancelled creator into the far alt-right pipeline. Looks like gonna you know go against the woke, against the pronouns and stuff. And the kick stream is coming, or maybe Rumble or something. He should take the bag when they were offering him. I think he said they didn't offer him enough back then. Well, unlucky. Chilling with Kevin Spacey and thing, yeah. Amazon Prime Gaming is adding over 20 titles for August 2024. Actions of the minors are woke now. No, that's actually like anti-woke, I guess. You know, that's anti-woke, so that's cool among some audience. Looks like. It looks like. So Prime Gaming. Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Steam World Heist. Tomb Raider. Baldur's Gate 2 Enhanced Edition. Beholder 3. Hard West 2. On Guard. Stray Gas Role-Playing Musical. Grime Definitive Edition. KV. Figment 2. Spells and Secrets Young Souls. Actually kind of some nice stuff there. Arcade Paradise Industria. That's nice. Not bad. That's some dang games there too. Not complete garbo there. None of these are Toad games though. You already have all of them though. Why do you need more? There's nothing more even. Project Payback has been cancelled, but it was never Destiny 3. Project Payback indefinitely shelved at Bungie following the round of layoffs. Allowed many to believe that Project Payback was effectively Destiny 3, but apparently not. Destiny 3 was not cancelled because it was never in development, but for people familiar, Bungie did some very early work on a spin-off project called Payback, but they cancelled that a while ago. Starfield Shattered Space will release in September, rumor claims. Trailer announcing specific date expected to come on August 20th, either during or around Gamescom Opening Night Live. That would make sense. That's kind of like the biggest event, I guess, of the recent ones. Other than that, it's gonna be like already at the end of the year. See what I see. I mean, I care, but not about this one, really. If they will make it part of Game Pass also, then I would consider maybe. Otherwise, don't think so. Replaying again to do the DLC. Buying the original also. Nope. Not even Toad-like to you, I see. Civilization 7 gameplay trailer coming August 20, that we heard already. Soon. Konami reports record profits and look ahead to what's next. Damn son, Konami is pumping too. 24% growth year over year. Of the quarter. Not bad. I need 20 minutes gameplay for here, no idea. Well, I guess maybe they're gonna try to explain the like in-depth changes and mechanics and stuff for the genre enjoyers, you know. For that, I bet 20 minutes is not even enough. Henry Cavill's Warhammer film might be in danger. Back in December, Games Workshop revealed a partnership with Amazon that would last 12 months, during which the two firms would need to decide on creative guidelines for both the Warhammer film and the television series. However, one of their tighter stipulations of this contract was that these productions would only proceed if agreement could be made, otherwise they won't even make it out of the starting gate. So basically, if they don't find some sort of agreement until the end of the year, I guess Amazon gonna lose it then. Until Dawn, a movie cast grows. Peter Stormare possibly reprising Dr. Heal. Oh yeah, they kinda, that would be like when you have the real actors to play your characters, then it kinda would be weird that you have, you know, not those actors play the characters in the movie. Microsoft and Activision form a new team under Blizzard for smaller games. The team's work will reportedly involve AA games based on existing Blizzard franchises like Overwatch, Warcraft, StarCraft, and beyond. Then they mentioned StarCraft. That's a rare one. That's a rare one. AA. It's gonna be some some mobile trash again or something. Yeah, Bully releases for GTA Plus games library on August 20th. So if you have the subscription, you can play Bully. Damn, what a twist, man. AAA didn't work, let's remove an A there, yeah. Peru. Yeah, Game Informer shuts down, read that. Kinda no info really why. Still no info really why. Bungie will no longer release paid expansions for Destiny 2. Not planning to release regular paid expansions. Sales of each expansion continue to fall year over year, leading to a change in approach. Instead of larger expansions, Bungie will do more smaller scale updates. Okay, so like live service stuff. Updates will be released for free and coming with overhauls to activities that it hopes will appeal to hardcore players. I wonder where the monetization will strike then, you know, if they're not selling the expansions. THQ Nordic Digital Showcase 2024, everything announced. Well, we watched it together, so... Eternal Life Goldman, that looked kinda cool. The boomer platformer. A Metroidvania thingy, looked nice. Space for Sale, I mean, it's already out, kinda already. Pikmiki rebrushed, not for probably like 60 or whatever dollars. Wreckfest 2, nice. Titan Quest 2 look good. Gothic Remake, I mean, unironically, I'm interested. Look kinda alrighty. Look quite alrighty. I'm just curious to see how they will, you know, like actually do it. Because like demo wasn't that crazy, Poga. But that was a while ago, so we'll see. Yeah, no date still. A Way of the Hunter, I mean, yeah, Tarsier Studio teaser. So it's not gonna, like Little Nightmares belong to Capcom. Oh, Bandai, right? So that's gonna be something new from them, from Tarsier, even though it didn't kind of look like Little Nightmares. The pig game, yeah. So we'll see. Oh, they didn't even like mention the Darksiders. Bruh. Who made this? It means the main shit there. Darksiders was probably kind of like, you know, Giga teaser though, so we're not gonna probably see anything about it for a while. But I mean, that's nice. That's still nice. Better than nothing, I guess. Wow, the delay pushes a back release to February 2025. Another one. So yeah, like the gaming schedule being built up for second half of 2024, and they decided to delay it. So many games coming. We'll see. I mean, I don't mind. Take your time. Take your time. Indeed, autumn and stuff is so loaded. I don't even mind. There's one short. I don't mind. True, Sumiana, true. Huh? So we'll see. Phantom Blade Zero developer. Nobody needs Xbox. I mean, is he really wrong? The Chinese convention there. As game developer was questioned on the platform distribution Phantom Blade Zero at China Joy 2024, part of their response was a scolding. Nobody needs this platform. The anonymous developer was talking about the Xbox. Reportedly, they went on to say the console platform isn't popular in Asia, which is true, and that Microsoft has made it tough to develop games for Xbox by creating a very overloaded ecosystem. Black Myth Wukong is being released on PlayStation and PC, so I guess, yeah, it's also not gonna be going to Xbox anytime soon, probably. Specifically talking about the consoles, yeah. Not about the PC. PC gonna be released, and that they want. Aiden Ross and Donald Trump are going to open CS2 cases on stream. What a time to be alive, man. Well, I mean, I would take it with a grain of salt, though, I guess, but yeah. That would be quite something, if that would be true. Oh yeah, promised to host Kim Jong-un on stream, but it turned out to be a lookalike performing an impression. So I guess that's gonna be kind of the same stuff. And that would be quite something, dude. And Donald, he was a president, true. Trump recently joined Logan Paul on stream. Damn, son. I'm gonna see Trump playing some games on his stream soon, I guess. since they unbanned him. Well, let me see. I'm missing something. What am I missing, rather? It's like this. This we had, this we had, this we had. This we also had. Alright, caught up with everything. Oh yeah, there was this also. We can take that in also. Where was it? One second. Oh, this one. There we go. All right. Couple more to catch up. Critical support for the other first. Today, last day at Second Wind as well. All I can say is we exceeded the sales goals every single month. Thank you all the dope clients. I resigned from Second Wind group. I say more later. They want people to know. So yeah, this is basically the journos that already like what we were talking before, right? Journos who kind of spawn off from the corporate journalism, sorta, to make their own independent journalism kind of thing with Yachty on board and stuff. Well, it looks like, you know, you can get out of the corpa, but you can't get the corpa out of you. I joined Second Wind Group. I was under assumption that we were forming a team of creatives with equal value and equal say. Individual creators would oversee their personal series and the group would decide how to run the business together. Plain as day that we have recreated the toxic corporate environment we abandoned, led by a petulant wannabe CEO who overspends, overpromises, underdelivers, sells division, tarnishes our image, asserts his creative vision, or rather creative blindness, and sabotages anyone's attempts to correct him, all while he fails his most basic duties, joyrides around the world, cloud farms, and expects the community and Yachty to foot the bill because Nick Calandra tanks our YouTube revenue and makes undesirable to the sponsors. It is beyond incompetence. There it is, man. Oh, that's the one also publishing? Ah, I see. See, there it is, man. Fighting wars, I guess they mad, man. I guess they mad. So it's not, you know, like the CEO is not some sort of like way you just kind of got born or something, you know. Everyone is a CEO. When they put in the right position, everyone can become a CEO. In a bad way, in the bad meaning of things, you know. And that's why it is hard to do this kind of journalism and stuff. Especially in the group environment. The best ROM hack website is shutting down after nearly 20 years. And moving over to Internet Archive. I wonder if they're moving all the ROMs and stuff too. Post-release hacks and patches for software, particularly for games that never receive localizations outside of their native language. It's the use of written fan translations. Font of bug fixes for classic games. Patch for Super Mario 64 graphics bug that Nintendo itself never fixed. Damn, son. Yeah, I think it is basically. Fixes, hacks, and tweaks that alter games to personal taste, letting players enjoy oft-improved versions of classic games. Well, they be most likely shutting down because it is considered piracy, I assume. At least by Nintendo, most likely. Not mentioning though anything, I guess. The need for the site lessened over time. There are now many options for community discussions, open source projects, and file storage across the internet. accuses other unnamed persons who they say volunteered to take over site operations of doxing and deceitful plots to cut me out. Ah, there I see the drama in the end again. Classic, classic. Disputed versions of the events that led to the site's closure. Okay, I see. So it all goes the drama there. Everything's drama nowadays, yeah. Denied accusations that staff working for the site doxed or threatened the site administrator. Always drama, man. Always the same. Always the same. Alright. Now that should be it then. Now that should